Welcome to Digging into History, where we unearth the fascinating stories of humanity's most extraordinary figures. Tonight we'll embark on a soothing journey through the lives of legendary warriors, great military leaders whose strategies, courage and vision changed the course of history. From ancient battlefields to whispered tales of conquest, their stories echo through time, perfect for drifting into peaceful dreams while discovering the minds behind history's greatest armies. Chapter 1: Alexander the Great, the Undefeated Conqueror. The morning sun cast long shadows across the Macedonian training grounds as the young prince, not yet 20, moved with disciplined precision. Alexander's breathing was controlled, his muscles taut beneath sweat-dampened training garments as he parried an attack from his sparring partner. Around him, the elite companions, sons of noble families training alongside their future king, watched with a mixture of admiration and envy. "Enough," called Aristotle, the prince's mentor. The philosopher sat beneath a cypress tree, scrolls spread across his lap. "Your mind requires as much training as your sword arm." Alexander lowered his wooden practice sword reluctantly. Even then, before his legendary conquests, there burned within him a fire that those around him could sense, a hunger for glory that would one day consume the known world. Born in 356 BCE to King Philip II and Queen Olympias, Alexander's education had been carefully crafted to prepare him for greatness. While Aristotle taught him philosophy, literature and science, his father ensured he learned the art of war. At 16, Alexander had already commanded troops at the Battle of Chaeronea, where Macedonian forces crushed the sacred Theban band and subjugated the Greek city-states. Philip's assassination in 336 BCE thrust the crown upon Alexander at just 20 years old. Many expected the young king to falter under the weight of responsibility and the brewing rebellions across the newly formed Macedonian Empire. They were wrong. "They call us barbarians," Alexander addressed his generals on the eve of his first campaign to subdue the Greek uprisings. "They believe without my father our kingdom will crumble. We will show them what Macedonian resolve truly means." Within 2 years he had secured his position, ruthlessly crushing opposition. The destruction of Thebes sent a clear message to all of Greece: submission or annihilation. While Athens was spared such fate due to its cultural significance, none doubted the young king's willingness to enforce his will with blood. With Greece pacified, Alexander turned his gaze eastward toward the Persian Empire, the greatest power in the world. His father had planned this invasion, but what began as Philip's dream of conquest would become Alexander's obsession. In spring 334 BCE, Alexander crossed the Hellespont with approximately 50,000 men, a force dwarfed by the vast resources of Persian king Darius III. At the Battle of the Granicus River, Alexander demonstrated the tactical brilliance that would become his hallmark. "The Persians have positioned their cavalry forward with infantry behind," observed Parmenion, Alexander's most experienced general. "We should wait, perhaps attack, under cover of darkness." "No," Alexander replied, studying the enemy formation across the river. "Their position is their weakness. We will strike now." Against conventional wisdom, Alexander led a cavalry charge directly across the river. While his generals expected disaster, Alexander had seen what others missed. The Persian cavalry had no room to maneuver with infantry behind them. The gamble paid off spectacularly as Alexander's forces shattered the Persian line. During the battle, Alexander narrowly escaped death when a Persian nobleman's axe split his helmet. His bodyguard, Clytus the Black, saved his life by cutting down the attacker, a debt Alexander would remember and tragically forget years later during a drunken dispute that ended with Clytus dead by the king's own hand. Following his victory at Granicus, Alexander systematically conquered the western Persian provinces. Rather than rushing to confront Darius, he secured coastal cities to neutralize the Persian navy and cut off potential supply lines. At Issus in 333 BCE, Alexander finally faced Darius in battle. Despite being outnumbered, Alexander executed a perfect tactical maneuver. He identified Darius's position on the battlefield and led his companion cavalry in a charge aimed directly at the Persian king. The sight of Alexander cutting through his royal guard sent Darius fleeing, and without their leader, the Persian forces collapsed. In the aftermath, Alexander captured Darius's family, his mother, wife, and children. Unlike many conquerors of his time, Alexander treated them with respect and dignity. "We fight against men, not women and children," he declared, establishing a precedent of honorable treatment for royal captives. This combination of military genius and calculated magnanimity became Alexander's signature approach. After the siege of Tyre, a 7-month ordeal that showcased his determination and engineering prowess, Alexander ordered the execution of the defenders, but spared those who had sought sanctuary in temples, displaying the duality of mercy and ruthlessness that characterized his rule. Egypt welcomed Alexander as a liberator from Persian domination. There, priests at the Oracle of Siwa addressed him as the son of Amun, feeding into Alexander's growing sense of divine destiny. He founded Alexandria, the first of many cities bearing his name, demonstrating his vision extended beyond conquest to creating a lasting legacy. The decisive confrontation with Darius came at Gaugamela in 331 BCE, facing a Persian army with war elephants, scythe chariots, and soldiers drawn from across the vast empire. Alexander again proved his genius. "They outnumber us at least 5 to 1, Parmenion reported during their war council. "The plain gives them room to surround us." Alexander walked among his men the night before battle. "Numbers mean nothing," he told them. "Each of you is worth 10 of them. Tomorrow we end the Persian Empire." His battle plan at Gaugamela showcased his ability to turn apparent disadvantages into strengths. Knowing the Persians expected him to protect his right flank, he deliberately created a diagonal formation that appeared to expose it. When Persian forces rushed to exploit this perceived weakness, Alexander sprung his trap. His elite cavalry smashed through the thinned Persian center, driving straight for Darius. Once again, the Persian king fled, and Alexander claimed victory. Darius was later killed by one of his own satraps, Bessus, who was subsequently captured and executed by Alexander for regicide. With the Persian Empire conquered, Alexander became lord of a domain stretching from Greece to Egypt to the borders of India. Yet rather than consolidate his gains, he pushed eastward, driven by an insatiable desire to reach the ends of the world and the great outer sea. This ambition led to one of his most challenging campaigns, the invasion of India. At the Battle of the Hydaspes in 326 BCE, Alexander faced King Porus and encountered war elephants in significant numbers for the first time. "These beasts will trample our forces," warned Conus, one of his commanders. "Every weapon has its counter," Alexander replied. He devised tactics to confuse the elephants with noise and pikes, neutralizing their advantage. After a hard-fought victory, Alexander demonstrated once again the political acumen that complemented his military skill. Impressed by Porus's courage, he asked the defeated king how he wished to be treated. "Like a king," Porus replied. Alexander not only spared him, but expanded his territories, gaining a loyal ally rather than creating a resentful subject. This pattern of incorporating conquered peoples rather than merely subjugating them represented Alexander's vision of a unified empire transcending ethnic boundaries. However, at the Hyphasis River, Alexander faced something his military prowess couldn't overcome: his own army's refusal to march further. After 8 years of continuous campaigning thousands of miles from home, the Macedonian soldiers had reached their limit. "There are always more battles, more glory," Alexander argued, attempting to inspire them to continue eastward. Conus spoke for the army. "Sir, if there is one thing you should know about your Macedonians, it is that they are no cowards. We have followed you from the Hellespont to the ends of the world. We have followed you through Persia and Bactria, through deserts and mountains. Many who set out with us now lie buried far from Macedonia. We have conquered more land than your father could have dreamed possible. But now we long for home, for the faces of our children whom we've never seen, for our parents who grow old in our absence." For once, Alexander had to yield. Though he sulked in his tent for days, he eventually ordered the construction of 12 massive altars marking the easternmost point of his campaign before beginning the journey home. The return proved as dangerous as the conquest. In the Gedrosian desert, Alexander lost thousands of men to the harsh conditions, perhaps his greatest military miscalculation. Yet even this demonstrated his leadership, as he shared in the suffering, walking when his men had to walk, drinking only when they could drink. Upon returning to Babylon, Alexander faced the enormous task of administering his vast empire. His policies increasingly blended Greek and Persian customs, to the dismay of many Macedonian veterans. His adoption of Persian court ceremonial, including proskynesis ritual prostration, and his marriage to the Bactrian princess Roxana, alongside thousands of mixed marriages he arranged between his soldiers and Persian women, revealed his vision of cultural fusion. In blood and in speech, all men are alike, Alexander declared, challenging the Greek concept of barbarian inferiority. Good men from any land are citizens of a single kingdom. This radical vision, centuries ahead of its time, met resistance from traditional Macedonians. Tensions culminated in the Opus Mutiny of 324 BCE, when Alexander's announcement that Persian officers would be integrated into Macedonian units triggered an open rebellion. Alexander's response combined fury and calculated reconciliation. After arresting and executing the ringleaders, he held a massive banquet where he prayed for harmony and partnership in rule between Macedonians and Persians. This delicate balance of fear and inclusion characterized his increasingly complex approach to governance. In June 323 BCE, after days of feasting and heavy drinking in Babylon, Alexander fell ill with a fever. As his condition worsened, his generals gathered around his bedside. "To whom do you leave your kingdom?" they asked. "To the strongest," Alexander reportedly answered, "or perhaps to Crateros," a pronouncement ambiguous enough to ensure conflict after his death. On June 10th, 323 BCE, Alexander the Great died, just shy of his 33rd birthday. In his short life, he had created one of the largest empires in ancient history, stretching from the Ionian Sea to the Himalayas. He had founded over 20 cities, spreading Hellenistic culture across 3 continents. He had never lost a battle despite often being outnumbered and fighting in unfamiliar terrain against various military traditions. Alexander's legacy transcended military conquest. The Hellenistic period that followed his death saw unprecedented cultural exchange between East and West. Greek became the language of government and commerce across his former territories. Libraries were established, most famously at Alexandria, preserving and advancing knowledge. His campaign historians documented foreign lands, peoples, and natural phenomena, expanding the Greek understanding of the world. Yet for all his achievements, Alexander's empire did not survive him intact. Without clear succession, his generals, the Diadochi, carved the empire into separate kingdoms, fighting bitter wars against each other. The unity Alexander envisioned dissolved in the ambitions of his successors. Perhaps the greatest testament to Alexander's impact lies not in the ephemeral empire he built, but in how he captured humanity's imagination. From Rome to India, rulers modelled themselves after him. Julius Caesar reportedly wept at the realization that by Alexander's age, he had conquered the known world while Caesar had achieved comparatively little. Even 2,000 years later, modern military academies study his tactics and leadership. Was Alexander truly great? His genius for warfare is undeniable, his cultural vision revolutionary, his impact on history profound. Yet his greatness came at tremendous cost. Cities razed, lives destroyed in pursuit of personal glory, and a fragile empire that collapsed upon his death. What drove this extraordinary man? Was it the competitive desire to outshine his father, the influence of heroic examples like Achilles, whom he idolized, the grandiose narratives of his mother Olympias, who claimed he was sired by Zeus, or simply the relentless ambition of a singular personality? Whatever the source, Alexander represented both the height of human achievement and its limitations. He conquered territories but could not master his own passions. He created a vision of cultural unity but lacked the time or perhaps the patience to fully realize it. He aspired to divinity but succumbed to all too human frailties. In the centuries since his death, Alexander has become as much legend as historical figure. The young king who cut the Gordian knot rather than untying it, who tamed the untamable horse Bucephalus, who wept because there were no more worlds to conquer. These stories reveal as much about humanity's need for heroes as they do about Alexander himself. Perhaps his truest legacy lies not in the lands he conquered, but in the enduring power of his vision, a world united not by force alone, but by the exchange of ideas, a civilization that transcended tribal limitations. Though his empire crumbled, the cultural fusion he initiated outlived him by centuries, shaping the world we inhabit today. Chapter 2: Hannibal Barca, Rome's greatest adversary. The winter winds howled across the alpine peaks as men and beasts struggled through narrowing passages of ice and rock. Far below, the rich plains of northern Italy beckoned, a prize that seemed impossibly distant amid the frozen hell of Europe's most formidable mountain range. At the head of this desperate column rode a one-eyed general whose name would forever be synonymous with military audacity, Hannibal Barca. "We will find a way, or make one," he had told his doubtful officers when they questioned the feasibility of crossing the Alps with an army that included 36 war elephants. Now, as his Carthaginian forces endured attacks from mountain tribes, treacherous terrain, and bitter cold that claimed thousands of lives, those words were being tested to their limit. Born in 247 BCE in Carthage, a maritime power on the North African coast of modern Tunisia, Hannibal was raised to hate Rome with religious fervor. His father, Hamilcar Barca, had commanded Carthaginian forces during the First Punic War, a conflict that ended with Rome stripping Carthage of its Sicilian territories and imposing a crushing indemnity. When peace was established, Hamilcar allegedly took his 9-year-old son before a sacrificial altar and made him swear eternal enmity against Rome. Whether this dramatic oath actually occurred or was later propaganda, Hannibal's upbringing was undoubtedly steeped in anti-Roman sentiment. As a youth, he accompanied his father on military campaigns in Iberia, modern Spain, where Carthage sought to establish a new power base after losing Sicily. There, Hannibal received first-hand education in warfare, diplomacy, and leadership from a father determined to rebuild Carthaginian might. When Hamilcar died in battle, command passed to Hannibal's brother-in-law Hasdrubal, who continued the expansion of Carthaginian influence in Iberia. After Hasdrubal's assassination in 221 BCE, the army proclaimed 26-year-old Hannibal as their commander, a choice the Carthaginian government ratified despite his youth. Hannibal quickly proved himself worthy of command. He consolidated Carthaginian power south of the Ebro River through a combination of military action and shrewd diplomacy with local tribes. However, his siege of Saguntum, a city allied with Rome, provided the spark that would ignite the Second Punic War. When Roman ambassadors demanded his surrender after Saguntum's fall, Hannibal's response was characteristically bold. "Do what you must," he told them. Knowing his words meant war with the most powerful state in the Western Mediterranean. Rather than waiting for Rome to attack Carthage, Hannibal made the fateful decision to bring the war to Italy itself. His plan was audacious. March an army overland through hostile territories in Iberia and Gaul, cross the supposedly impassable Alps, and strike at the heart of Roman power. Success would require not just military genius, but extraordinary leadership to keep a multi-ethnic force united through unprecedented hardships. In spring 218 BCE, Hannibal set out from New Carthage, modern Cartagena, Spain, with approximately 50,000 infantry, 9,000 cavalry, and 37 elephants. By the time he descended into the Po Valley of northern Italy 5 months later, his army had been reduced to about 20,000 infantry and 6,000 cavalry. Most of the elephants had perished, though the psychological impact of the few remaining beasts would prove valuable in early engagements. The losses were severe, but Hannibal had achieved what Romans considered impossible. More importantly, he entered Italy with a strategic advantage, the ability to undermine Rome by turning its Italian allies against it. For centuries, Rome had expanded by incorporating conquered peoples into its political system, granting them various levels of citizenship and privileges, while requiring military service and tribute. Hannibal hoped to shatter this alliance system by presenting himself as a liberator. "I come not to fight against Italians, but for Italians against Rome," he proclaimed as he entered the Po Valley. His first victory came at the Ticinus River, where Carthaginian cavalry overwhelmed a Roman force sent to confront him. Weeks later, at the Trubia River, Hannibal demonstrated his tactical brilliance by using the landscape and weather conditions to devastating effect. On a bitterly cold December day, he lured the Roman army across the freezing river by sending a small detachment to provoke them. The Romans, led by consul Tiberius Sempronius Longus, took the bait, wading through chest-high frigid water to engage what they thought was Hannibal's main force. Cold, wet, and hungry, Hannibal had deliberately given his own men time to eat and prepare. The Roman legionaries were then ambushed by Carthaginian forces hidden in nearby ravines. The resulting victory established Hannibal as a commander to be feared. The following spring, Hannibal executed one of history's most brilliant ambushes at Lake Trasimene. Recognizing that the impetuous consul Gaius Flaminius was pursuing him, Hannibal marched his army around the north shore of the lake during the night and concealed his troops in the forested hills overlooking the narrow path between the lake and the hillside. When the Roman column stretched out along this path, enveloped in morning fog, Hannibal gave the signal to attack. Thousands of Romans, including Flaminius himself, were slaughtered or drowned trying to escape, with minimal Carthaginian casualties. News of Trasimene sent shockwaves through Rome. For the first time since the Gallic sack of the city in 390 BCE, Romans feared an enemy might reach their gates. The Senate appointed Quintus Fabius Maximus as dictator, granting him extraordinary powers to manage the crisis. Fabius adopted a strategy of shadowing Hannibal's movements, while avoiding direct battle, a tactic that earned him the nickname Cunctator, the Delayer, and intense criticism from Romans eager for decisive victory. Hannibal, meanwhile, marched his army south through central Italy, devastating Roman territory and attempting to turn Rome's allies against them. Yet despite his victories, few Italian cities defected to his side. Rome's political system proved more resilient than he had calculated. Growing impatient with Fabius's cautious strategy, Rome eventually replaced him with more aggressive commanders. This led to the greatest disaster in Roman military history, the Battle of Cannae in 216 BCE. At Cannae, Hannibal faced a Roman army of approximately 80,000 men, the largest Rome had ever fielded, with his force of about 50,000. The Roman commanders, consuls Lucius Aemilius, Polus, and Gaius Terentius Varro, believed their numerical advantage would overwhelm the Carthaginian army. Instead, they marched into one of the most brilliant tactical traps ever devised. Hannibal positioned his weakest troops, Gallic and Spanish infantry, at the center of his line, with his elite African infantry on the flanks. As the battle commenced, he ordered his center to gradually give ground while maintaining formation, creating a pocket into which the Romans eagerly advanced. Meanwhile, his superior cavalry routed the Roman horse on both flanks and circled around to attack the Roman rear. As the legions pressed deeper into what appeared to be a collapsing Carthaginian center, Hannibal sprung his trap. The African infantry pivoted inward, encircling the Romans from both sides, while the cavalry closed the noose from behind. The result was catastrophic for Rome. Contemporary accounts claim that 50,000 to 70,000 Romans were killed or captured. So many gold rings, worn by Roman equites knights as a badge of their status, were collected from the dead. Hannibal allegedly sent bushels of them back to Carthage as evidence of his victory. "I know how to win battles, but not how to use them," Mahabal, Hannibal's cavalry commander, reportedly said when Hannibal refused to march immediately on Rome. "You know how to conquer, Hannibal, but not how to make use of your victory." This criticism has echoed through history. Why didn't Hannibal capitalize on his triumph by attacking Rome itself? The answer likely lies in Hannibal's understanding of his own limitations. His army, composed largely of mercenaries and allies, excelled in open-field battles, but lacked the engineering capabilities and siege equipment necessary to take a heavily fortified city like Rome. Without substantial reinforcements from Carthage or widespread defections among Rome's Italian allies, a direct assault on the capital would have been suicidal. Instead, Hannibal continued his strategic plan of undermining Rome's alliance system. After Cannae, some southern Italian cities finally did switch sides, most notably Capua, one of Italy's wealthiest cities. Hannibal established his winter quarters there, hoping more allies would join his cause. But Rome displayed incredible resilience. Rather than suing for peace after Cannae, the Senate implemented extraordinary measures, prohibiting public mourning lest it damage morale, freeing and arming slaves to rebuild the army, and even performing human sacrifices, a practice normally abhorrent to Romans, to appease the gods. Most importantly, Rome returned to Fabius's strategy of avoiding direct confrontation with Hannibal while deploying other armies to prevent allies from defecting and to cut off Carthaginian support. The war entered a new phase. Rome besieged cities that had joined Hannibal, while he attempted to protect his new allies. His army remained undefeated in open battle, but Rome's greater resources gradually shifted the momentum. When Hannibal attempted to relieve besieged Capua in 211 BCE, Roman forces refused to engage him. In a bold gambit, he marched on Rome itself, hoping to draw the Roman armies away from Capua. The strategy failed. Rome maintained its sieges while defending the capital with reserve forces. Hannibal's position grew increasingly difficult. His brother Hasdrubal attempted to bring reinforcements from Spain but was intercepted and defeated at the Metaurus River in 207 BCE. The first news Hannibal received of this disaster was when his brother's severed head was catapulted into his camp, a grim illustration of Rome's determination and growing confidence. For 13 years, Hannibal maintained his army on Italian soil without receiving significant reinforcements, a logistical achievement almost as impressive as his military victories. Finally, in 203 BCE, he was recalled to defend Carthage itself against a Roman invasion led by Scipio Africanus, who had successfully conquered Carthaginian territories in Spain and had now carried the war to Africa. The two greatest generals of the age finally met at the Battle of Zama in 202 BCE. Scipio had studied Hannibal's tactics carefully and devised counters for them. He modified the traditional Roman formation to create lanes through which Hannibal's elephants could pass harmlessly. He also benefited from superior cavalry, bolstered by Numidian allies who had defected from Carthage. For the first time, Hannibal faced a commander of equal genius who had the advantage of superior forces. The result was Hannibal's first and final defeat. Carthage sued for peace on harsh terms, surrendering its navy, its overseas territories, and agreeing to pay a massive indemnity to Rome over 50 years. Remarkably, after the war, Hannibal remained influential in Carthage, serving as a civil magistrate and implementing financial and constitutional reforms. However, his efforts to strengthen Carthage alarmed Rome, which demanded his surrender in 195 BCE. Hannibal fled into exile, first serving as a military advisor to Antiochus III of the Seleucid Empire, and later to Prusias Emir of Bithynia. Roman hatred pursued him even in exile. When Roman envoys demanded his surrender from Prusias around 183 BCE, the aging general, then 64, chose suicide over captivity. "Let us relieve the Romans of their long-standing anxiety, since they think it too long to wait for an old man's death," he reportedly said before consuming poison. Hannibal's legacy extends far beyond his tactical innovations, or even his remarkable feat of maintaining an army in enemy territory. For over a decade, he became the embodiment of Rome's greatest fear, the measuring stick against which all enemies were judged for centuries thereafter. Hannibal ad portas, the Hannibal is at the gates, became a proverbial expression of imminent disaster. For modern military historians, Hannibal represents the pinnacle of pre-modern generalship. His double envelopment tactic at Cannae remains a textbook example of battlefield genius, studied at military academies worldwide. His strategic vision, ability to maintain a multinational army's cohesion through extreme hardship, and tactical adaptability mark him as one of history's greatest commanders. Yet Hannibal's story also illustrates the limitations of individual genius against systemic advantages. Despite never losing a major battle in Italy, he ultimately lost the war because Carthage lacked Rome's ability to absorb devastating defeats and continue fighting. Where Carthage saw military setbacks as reason to negotiate, Rome viewed them as challenges to overcome through uncompromising determination. Perhaps the most fitting epitaph for this extraordinary commander comes from his Roman enemies themselves. Centuries after his death, when no Carthaginian could possibly threaten Rome, Roman writers still debated who deserved the title of greatest general of all time. The many awarded this honor to Hannibal, their most formidable enemy, speaks volumes about the indelible impression he left on the ancient world. Chapter 3. Julius Caesar. From conquest to empire, the winter of 54 BCE gripped northern Gaul in ice and darkness as Roman legionaries huddled in their camps, surrounded by hostile tribes seething with resentment against the foreign invaders. In his command tent, illuminated by oil lamps that cast long shadows across maps and dispatches, Gaius Julius Caesar calculated his next move. News had just arrived of an uprising among the Eburones tribe, who had annihilated a Roman force of 15 cohorts over 7,000 men under his lieutenants Sabinus and Cotta. For a lesser commander, this disaster might have signaled retreat. For Caesar, it was an opportunity to demonstrate both Roman power and his own ruthless efficiency. They must learn that Rome does not forgive rebellion, he told his officers, and that Caesar does not forget. Born in 100 BCE to a patrician family that claimed descent from the goddess Venus, Caesar grew up during a turbulent period in Roman history. The Republic had been shaken by the reforms of the Gracchi brothers, the military innovations of Marius, and the dictatorships of Sulla. Traditional Republican values were increasingly at odds with the realities of governing a vast Mediterranean empire. Caesar's early career demonstrated both his ambition and his willingness to defy convention. As a young man, he was captured by pirates while traveling to Rhodes. When they set his ransom at 20 talents, he laughed and insisted they ask for 50, promising to crucify them after his release, a threat they took as a joke. Upon his ransom and release, Caesar raised a naval force, captured the pirates, and fulfilled his promise, though he mercifully had their throats cut before crucifixion, as acknowledgement of their fair treatment of him. Rising through the ranks of Roman politics, Caesar formed the first triumvirate with Pompey, Rome's greatest general, and Crassus, its wealthiest citizen. This unofficial alliance secured him the consulship in 59 BCE, and subsequently the governorship of Cisalpine and Transalpine Gaul, provinces that would become the launching point for his most brilliant military campaigns. Caesar's Gallic Wars, chronicled in his own commentaries, transformed him from a debt-ridden politician to Rome's preeminent military leader. Over 8 years of campaigning, he conquered all of Gaul, extending Roman territory to the Rhine and the Atlantic Ocean. This enormous achievement involved not just military victory but also complex diplomacy among Gallic tribes, brilliant adaptations to unfamiliar terrain and tactics, and leadership that inspired fanatical loyalty among his troops. At the Battle of Alesia in 52 BCE, Caesar demonstrated the full range of his military genius against Vercingetorix, a Gallic chieftain who had united many tribes against Roman occupation. Finding the Gallic army sheltered in a hilltop fortress, Caesar made the unprecedented decision to build not one but 2 massive sets of fortifications, one facing inward to besiege Vercingetorix, and one facing outward to defend against the massive Gallic relief army. "We are caught between hammer and anvil," observed his lieutenant Labienus, as they surveyed the approaching Gallic reinforcements numbering over 250,000 warriors. "Then we shall be the hammer," Caesar replied. For weeks the Romans endured attacks from both directions, with Caesar personally appearing at critical points during the battle, his distinctive red cloak serving as a standard that rallied his men. When food ran scarce inside Alesia, Vercingetorix expelled non-combatants, women, children, and the elderly, expecting Caesar to let them pass through his lines. Caesar refused, leaving them to starve in the no-man's land between the fortifications, a cold strategic decision that demonstrated his willingness to use psychological warfare. When the battle reached its climax with multiple breaches in the Roman defences and exhausted legionaries struggling to hold the line, Caesar led a cavalry charge against the Gallic relief army that turned the tide. Vercingetorix surrendered the next day, and Gallic resistance effectively ended. Caesar's conquest of Gaul has been estimated to have resulted in the deaths of 1 million Gauls and the enslavement of another million, a humanitarian catastrophe by modern standards, but a stunning achievement in the context of Rome's expansionist culture. He returned to Roman politics not just wealthy from Gallic plunder, but commanding the loyalty of battle-hardened legions. This posed an existential threat to the Republic. The Senate, dominated by Caesar's political enemies, ordered him to disband his army and return to Rome as a private citizen, where he would face prosecution for various alleged illegalities during his consulship. Caesar's response was to cross the Rubicon River, the boundary of his province, with a single legion, uttering the famous phrase, "Alia acta est, Diosen Jedi is cast." This action triggered civil war. Despite commanding far fewer troops initially than his opponent Pompey, Caesar moved with characteristic speed and boldness. He secured Italy in 2 months without significant bloodshed, then mounted lightning campaigns in Spain, Greece, Egypt, Asia Minor, and Africa. In Egypt, he installed Cleopatra on the throne, beginning a political and romantic alliance that produced a son. In Asia Minor, he earned one of his most famous victories against Pharnaces II of Pontus, summarizing the brief campaign with the laconic report, "Veni, vidi, vici, Diosen, idi, came, I saw, I conquered." Perhaps Caesar's most impressive victory came at Pharsalus in 48 BCE, where he faced Pompey's army, which outnumbered his own by more than 2 to 1. Recognizing that Pompey's cavalry significantly outnumbered his own, Caesar positioned his infantry in an unusual formation with a 4th line concealed behind his right flank. When Pompey's cavalry charged, this 4th line emerged with javelins raised, targeting the horsemen's faces, a psychological tactic that panicked the cavalry and led to a rout. Throughout the civil war, Caesar practiced a policy of clementia clemency toward defeated Roman opponents, a calculated political strategy that stood in stark contrast to the proscriptions and mass executions that had characterized previous civil conflicts. "Nothing is more becoming in a great man than clemency and readiness to forgive," he wrote, though his mercy had practical limits, as demonstrated by his brutal suppression of revolts in Gaul. By 45 BCE, Caesar had defeated all military opposition and returned to Rome as its undisputed master. He was appointed dictator for life, a position that alarmed republicans who feared permanent monarchical rule. Caesar initiated wide-ranging reforms, redistributing public land to veterans and the urban poor, revising the tax system, extending citizenship to provincial elites, creating a police force for Rome, and even reforming the calendar to the Julian system that forms the basis of our modern calendar. Yet as his power grew, so did opposition among the senatorial elite. Caesar's increasingly regal behavior, sitting on a golden throne, wearing triumphal robes in the Senate, placing his image on coins, the first living Roman to do so, fed fears that he intended to proclaim himself king. When Mark Antony publicly offered him a royal diadem during the Lupercalia festival, Caesar theatrically refused it, but many remained unconvinced of his republican loyalties. On March 15, 44 BCE, the Ides of March, a group of senators led by Marcus Junius Brutus and Gaius Cassius Longinus assassinated Caesar during a Senate meeting. According to ancient sources, Caesar initially resisted, but, upon seeing Brutus among the conspirators, covered his face with his toga and accepted his fate. His final words, "Et tu, Brute, Dio tu, Brutus," may be a Shakespearean invention, but they capture the personal betrayal at the heart of the assassination. The conspirators proclaimed they had liberated the Republic, but Caesar's death instead triggered another devastating civil war. His grandnephew and adopted heir Octavian, later Augustus, formed the second triumvirate with Mark Antony and Lepidus to avenge Caesar and defeat his assassins. After achieving this, Octavian eventually outmaneuvered his co-triumvirs to become Rome's first emperor, realizing the monarchical transformation that Caesar had begun. As a military commander, Caesar combined tactical brilliance with extraordinary speed of movement that repeatedly caught enemies off guard. His crossing of the Rhine involved building a bridge in 10 days, an engineering feat deemed impossible, merely to demonstrate Roman power before withdrawing. His invasion of Britain, though achieving limited territorial gains, extended Roman influence to what was considered the edge of the world. Caesar's leadership style emphasized personal courage and shared hardship with his troops. He typically addressed his legionaries as comrades rather than soldiers, creating a sense of common purpose. He knew many by name and provided generous rewards for valor. This approach built such loyalty that when one of his legions disgraced itself in battle, the punishment of decimation, executing 1 in 10 men by lot, was considered so severe that many soldiers wept and begged for mercy. His tactical innovations included the use of cohorts as independent maneuver units, allowing greater flexibility than the traditional manipular system. He emphasized decisive cavalry action at critical moments, and personally led charges at several battles, risking his life alongside common soldiers. His ability to analyze terrain and exploit its features, as at Alesia and Pharsalus, demonstrated an engineer's precision combined with a general's vision. Unlike Alexander, who conquered new territories, or Hannibal, who invaded his enemy's homeland, Caesar's greatest military achievement was the consolidation and expansion of Rome's existing sphere of influence. His conquest of Gaul created a buffer that secured Rome's northern frontier for centuries. His defeat of Pompey and other republican forces transformed Rome's governance from a republican oligarchy to what would become the imperial system, arguably a necessary evolution for administering Rome's vast territories. Yet Caesar's legacy extends beyond his military conquests. His prose writings on the Gallic and Civil Wars established a standard for clarity and precision in Latin literature. His political reforms addressed genuine social problems, though often with an eye toward building his own support base. His clemency policy, though self-serving, saved countless Roman lives during the Civil War. Even his calendar reform created a system so effective it required only minor adjustment by Pope Gregory XIII to create the calendar we use today. Was Caesar a military genius or a political opportunist, a visionary reformer or a tyrant in the making? These questions have preoccupied historians for centuries. Perhaps the most balanced assessment comes from his actions, rather than his intentions. He recognized that Rome's republican institutions had failed to evolve with its imperial reach. He understood that the growing gap between wealthy and poor citizens threatened stability. He saw that provincial populations deserved greater integration into Roman society. Whether Caesar would have created a more benevolent monarchy than the imperial system that followed his death remains one of history's great counterfactuals. What is certain is that he possessed one of the most formidable combinations of military and political genius ever witnessed. A commander who could both conquer on the battlefield and envision new forms of governance for the territories he... The month of July still bears his name, as do the titles Kaiser and Tsar used by later European emperors. His crossing of the Rubicon remains the quintessential metaphor for passing a point of no return, and his assassination on the Ides of March continues to symbolize the tragedy of political violence. However nobly intentioned, few figures in history have left such an indelible mark on the Western's political imagination, or demonstrated more clearly both the potential and the peril of military genius harnessed to political ambition. Chapter 4: Genghis Khan, Lord of the Steppes. The bitter winds of the Mongolian winter howled across the steppes, driving snow and ice against the felt walls of the Jare, where a boy huddled with his mother and siblings. Their meagre possessions, a few cooking pots, some furs, and the clothes on their backs, were all that remained after rival tribesmen had driven them from their clan following his father's death. Cast out by their own people, they survived on roots, wild fruit, and small game caught in crude traps. In this harsh crucible of survival, the boy who would one day be known as Genghis Khan learned his first and perhaps most important lesson. The world belonged to those with the strength and will to take it. Born around 1162 CE, with the name Temujin, the future conqueror entered a fragmented world of nomadic tribes scattered across the Mongolian plateau, engaging in constant raiding, feuding, and shifting alliances. His father, Zhuge, was a minor chieftain of the Borjigin clan who was poisoned by Tatars when Temujin was only 9 years old. In the harsh reality of steppe politics, his father's followers abandoned the family, considering them too weak to warrant protection or resources. The deepest wounds are given by those closest to us. Temujin would later observe a lesson written in the hunger and betrayal of his childhood. This abandonment reduced Temujin's family to outcasts, surviving on the margins of tribal society. The boy who would one day command the largest contiguous land empire in history spent his formative years learning to hunt marmots and gather wild onions alongside his brothers, developing the resilience and self-reliance that would later characterize his leadership. The pivotal moment in young Temujin's life came when Tagutai, the new leader of his father's clan, sent men to capture or kill Zhuge's sons, seeing them as potential future rivals. Warned of the approaching danger, Temujin fled into the forests but was eventually caught. His captors, underestimating the boy's resourcefulness, secured him in a wooden kangay, a portable wooden stock, and left him under minimal guard. Seizing an opportunity when his captors were distracted, Temujin escaped by striking one guard with his restraint and fleeing into a river, where he hid breathing through a reed until the search was abandoned. This pattern of near defeat, followed by improbable victory, would characterize much of his early life. When thieves stole the family's 8 horses, their most valuable possessions, Temujin tracked the culprits for days across the steppe, and boldly reclaimed the animals, an act that began to build his reputation for determination and courage. Around the age of 16, Temujin took perhaps his most important strategic action. He sought out Berta, the girl to whom he had been betrothed as a child in an arrangement made by his father. Their marriage created an alliance with her tribe, the Conqueror, giving Temujin his first political allies. However, shortly after their marriage, Berta was kidnapped in a raid by the Merkits, a rival tribe seeking revenge for Zhuge's earlier kidnapping of Temujin's mother. With too few followers to attempt to rescue alone, Temujin turned to Togrul, the Khan of the Kharites and his father's blood brother, and to Jamuka, his own childhood friend and blood brother. Their combined forces defeated the Merkits and rescued Berta, though she had been given as a wife to one of the Merkit warriors and was pregnant upon her return. With remarkable pragmatism for the time, Temujin accepted the child, Jochi, as his own, though questions about his paternity would create succession issues decades later. The success of this rescue operation gave Temujin his first taste of military command and demonstrated the effectiveness of alliance building, a strategy he would employ throughout his rise to power. However, his partnership with Jamuka eventually deteriorated into rivalry, as both men sought leadership positions among the Mongol tribes. Their final break came after a joint military campaign when their followers disagreed on how to distribute plunder. While such disputes were common in steppe warfare, this one forced warriors to choose between the two leaders. Temujin's approach, offering more equitable distribution and greater autonomy to his followers, gradually attracted more adherents, particularly from the lower ranks of Mongol society. By 1206, after decades of fighting, strategic alliances, and occasional setbacks, Temujin had united the Mongol tribes, an achievement deemed impossible by previous generations. At a Kurultai assembly on the banks of the Onon River, he was proclaimed Genghis Khan, a title usually translated as universal ruler or oceanic ruler. The unified Mongol nation that emerged under his leadership was revolutionary in several ways. First, Genghis Khan organized society based on merit rather than tribal affiliation or birth. His famed decimal system arranged warriors in units of 10 arban, 100 jagan, 1,000, and 10,000 turuman, with leaders selected for their abilities rather than their lineage. Second, he created a code of laws, the Asar, that established fixed rules applicable to all Mongols, reducing the blood feuds and tribal vendettas that had previously weakened their society. The Asar mandated loyalty, prohibited theft and adultery, established religious tolerance, and created a rudimentary postal system, the yam, that facilitated communication across the vast steppe. Perhaps most revolutionary was his policy toward defeated enemies. Talented individuals, regardless of their origin, could rise to prominence in his service. This meritocratic approach stood in sharp contrast to the hereditary aristocracies of most contemporary societies and created opportunities for social mobility previously unknown in the region. Having unified the Mongol tribes, Genghis Khan faced a new challenge, maintaining the cohesion of a warrior society without the constant warfare that had occupied them during the unification process. The solution was external conquest, beginning with the Western Jia dynasty and Jin Empire in northern China. In 1211, the Mongols invaded Jin territory with an army of approximately 70,000 warriors. Despite being vastly outnumbered by Chinese forces, they achieved stunning victories through superior mobility, discipline, and innovative tactics. The Jin emperors had built the massive defensive barrier known as the Great Wall, but Genghis Khan's forces simply went around it, demonstrating the futility of fixed fortifications against a mobile enemy who controlled the surrounding territory. The Mongol military machine that Genghis Khan developed represented a revolution in warfare. His army consisted almost entirely of cavalry, with each warrior maintaining several horses to ensure maximum mobility. Lighter cavalry armed with composite bows could shoot accurately from horseback at distances that astonished their enemies, while heavily armored cavalry delivered devastating charges at critical moments. Mongol military operations featured sophisticated reconnaissance, systematic use of deception, and strict discipline. Before attacking major targets, Genghis Khan dispatched spies and scouts to gather intelligence about enemy forces, terrain, and fortifications. His commanders employed feigned retreats to draw enemy forces into prepared ambushes and used coordinated movements of separate columns to envelop opponents. Communication on the battlefield utilized a system of flags, smoke signals, and messengers that allowed for complex maneuvers across wide fronts. This command and control system gave Mongol forces an operational flexibility that their enemies, often fighting as separate units with limited coordination, could not match. The conquest of the Khwarezmian Empire, which controlled much of Central Asia and Persia, demonstrated both Genghis Khan's diplomatic skill and his terrible vengeance when provoked. Initially, he sought peaceful trade relations with Shah Muhammad II. However, when the Shah executed Mongol envoys and merchants, Genghis Khan launched a campaign of retribution that would devastate much of Central Asia. "I am the punishment of God," he reportedly declared. "If you had not committed great sins, God would not have sent a punishment like me upon you." The resulting invasion featured some of history's most devastating sieges and massacres. Cities that resisted were decimated, their populations slaughtered or enslaved, while those that surrendered immediately were often spared. This pattern created a terrible choice for defenders: immediate submission or almost certain destruction. At Samarkand, the Mongols employed psychological warfare by driving thousands of captured civilians ahead of their forces as human shields. At Urgench, they diverted a river to flood the city after its capture, obliterating its remains. The destruction of irrigation systems and agricultural infrastructure turned fertile regions into deserts, some of which have never recovered their former productivity. By the time of his death in 1227, Genghis Khan had created an empire stretching from the Pacific Ocean to the Caspian Sea. His descendants would extend Mongol conquests further, eventually controlling most of Asia and Eastern Europe and creating the largest contiguous land empire in history. Unlike many conquerors, Genghis Khan established effective governance systems in conquered territories. He appointed administrators based on competence rather than ethnicity, incorporated useful foreign technology and expertise, established protected trade routes, the precursor to the Silk Road, and generally allowed religious freedom, policies that facilitated the exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies across Eurasia. The Pax Mongolica, Mongol peace that followed the initial conquests, created unprecedented connectivity between East and West. Technologies like printing, gunpowder, and the compass spread from China to Europe, while crops, manufacturing techniques, and scientific knowledge moved in both directions. This exchange accelerated cultural and technological development across the connected regions, albeit at a terrible initial cost in lives and destroyed civilizations. Genghis Khan's personal life reflected his pragmatic approach to power. He had numerous wives and concubines, as was customary for steppe rulers, but his principal wife remained Berta, who bore him 4 sons, Jochi, Chagatai, Urgade, and Tului, who would inherit portions of his empire. Recognizing the potential for conflict after his death, he designated Urgade as his successor and established clear rules for succession, though these would not prevent eventual fragmentation of the empire under his grandsons. The Great Khan's death in 1227, during a campaign against the Western Zhuge, remains somewhat mysterious. The official account states that he fell from his horse and died from injuries, though other sources suggest illness as the cause. In accordance with Mongol tradition, his burial site was kept secret, with a massive funeral procession, reportedly killing everyone they encountered to prevent knowledge of the grave's location from spreading. Despite numerous archaeological expeditions, his tomb remains undiscovered. Genghis Khan's historical reputation has undergone remarkable shifts. In Western historical tradition, influenced by accounts from devastated Persian and Russian chroniclers, he has often been portrayed as the epitome of barbaric destruction, an abominable snowman in the words of historian René Grousset. Yet in Mongolia and parts of Central Asia, he is revered as a national hero and state builder whose administrative and military innovations created an empire that, at its height, connected disparate civilizations in unprecedented ways. Modern scholarship has begun to appreciate the complexity of his legacy. While the immediate human cost of Mongol expansion was catastrophic, with some estimates suggesting population declines of 30 to 50% in conquered regions, the long-term impact included the creation of trade networks, legal systems, and administrative structures that facilitated cultural exchange and economic development. Genetic studies have suggested that approximately 0.5% of the world's male population carries Y-chromosomal lineages, likely descended from Genghis Khan or his close male relatives, a biological legacy resulting from the reproductive opportunities afforded by power in pre-modern societies and the Mongol elite's practice of maintaining large harems. From a military perspective, Genghis Khan ranks among history's most innovative commanders. He transformed a collection of feuding nomadic tribes into history's most fearsome army, developing operational concepts, mobility, intelligence gathering, psychological warfare, and coordinated maneuver that would influence military thinking for centuries. His emphasis on adaptability, incorporating useful technologies and tactics from conquered peoples, created a learning organization that consistently outperformed numerically superior opponents. Yet, perhaps his most remarkable achievement was not military, but political. The creation of a sustainable system of governance that transcended tribal politics and established meritocratic principles in a society previously dominated by hereditary leadership. By fostering loyalty to the state rather than to individual tribes or clans, Genghis Khan laid the groundwork for a political identity that unified diverse peoples under a single administration. The boy who once survived by hunting marmots ultimately reshaped world history, creating connections between civilizations that had previously existed in relative isolation from each other. Through terrible destruction came a new order that, for all its initial brutality, established conditions for cultural and economic exchange on an unprecedented scale. Few individuals have risen from such humble beginnings to such heights of power or left such an indelible mark on human history. Chapter 5. Saladin. Chivalry in the Crusades. Jerusalem, July 1187. The scorching sun beat down upon the holy city as news spread of disaster at the horns of Hattin. The Christian army of the Kingdom of Jerusalem had been annihilated, King Guy taken prisoner, and the relic of the true cross, the kingdom's most sacred treasure, captured by Muslim forces. Now the architect of this crushing defeat approached the walls, Salah ad-Din Yusuf ibn Ayyub, known to history as Saladin. Inside the city, panic gripped the inhabitants. The previous Muslim conquest of Jerusalem in 1073 had ended in massacre, as had the Christian capture in 1099. Many expected similar treatment, yet when Jerusalem surrendered after a brief siege, Saladin's actions defied expectations. Not only did he forbid a general massacre, but he also allowed most inhabitants to ransom themselves for nominal sums, personally paid the ransom for thousands of poor residents, and permitted Eastern Christians to remain in the city. This combination of military triumph and merciful restraint encapsulates why Saladin remains unique among the great military leaders of history. While his contemporaries are remembered primarily for conquest, Saladin achieved the rarer distinction of being revered by both his own people and his enemies. Born in 1137 or 1138 in Tikrit, in modern Iraq, to a Kurdish family in service to the Turkish rulers of Syria and Mesopotamia, Saladin grew up during a complex period in Middle Eastern history. The region was fragmented into competing Muslim states, while simultaneously facing external pressure from European crusaders who had established Christian kingdoms along the Levantine coast. Saladin's early career gave little indication of his future greatness. He received a typical education for a Muslim aristocrat, studying the Quran, poetry, and the chivalric code of futuwar. Unlike many future military leaders, he showed no exceptional martial talents in youth. His path to power began through his uncle Shaka, a military commander serving Nur ad-Din, the ruler of Syria. When Shaka was dispatched to Egypt to prevent its falling under Crusader influence, Saladin reluctantly accompanied him. The mission succeeded, and after Shaka's death in 1169, Saladin, then only in his early 30s, was appointed vizier of Egypt. This position, initially seen as temporary by Nur ad-Din, became the foundation of Saladin's power. Upon Nur ad-Din's death in 1174, Saladin moved to assert control over Syria, claiming to be the protector of Nur ad-Din's young son. This expansion of power was justified as necessary to unite Muslim forces against the Crusader states, though it also clearly served Saladin's personal ambitions. Through a combination of diplomatic skill, strategic marriages, timely military action, and personal charisma, he gradually brought Egypt, Syria, and much of Mesopotamia under his control, founding the Ayyubid dynasty that would rule these regions for decades. Saladin's military genius lay not in tactical innovations but in strategic vision and leadership. Unlike commanders who excelled at set-piece battles, Saladin mastered the art of long-term campaigning. He understood that defeating the Crusader states required not just winning battles, but systematically reducing their strategic capabilities, isolating their fortresses, disrupting their supply lines, and undermining their alliances with local populations. His greatest military triumph came at the Battle of Hattin in July 1187. Recognizing that the Crusader forces were strongest when fighting defensively from their stone castles, Saladin lured them into the open by threatening the city of Tiberias. King Guy of Jerusalem marched his army across barren terrain in summer heat without adequate water supplies, a fatal strategic error. The Christians thirst for water as they thirst for the blood of Muslims, Saladin reportedly told his commanders as he observed the increasingly desperate Crusader army. As the Christians attempted to reach the springs at Hattin, Saladin's forces surrounded them. His light cavalry harassed their flanks while deliberately setting fire to the dry brush, creating smoke that choked the already dehydrated European knights. When battle was joined the next day, the outcome was decisive. Thousands of Crusaders were killed or captured, with only a handful escaping the slaughter. This victory opened the way for Saladin to recapture Jerusalem and most of the Crusader strongholds. By the end of 1187, the Christian presence in the Holy Land had been reduced to a few coastal cities, an achievement that made Saladin a hero throughout the Muslim world. Yet it was his conduct after these victories that elevated Saladin above most conquering generals. Despite the brutal precedent set by both Muslims and Christians in previous captures of Jerusalem, Saladin prohibited mass killings and destruction of Christian holy places. When a delegation of Eastern Christians asked permission to remain in the city, he not only agreed but reduced their tax burden. Even Latin Christians, whom he had most reason to treat harshly, were permitted orderly evacuation after paying ransoms. This clemency reflected both religious conviction and political calculation. As a devout Sunni Muslim, Saladin took seriously Islamic injunctions regarding the treatment of conquered peoples, especially people of the Book, Christians and Jews. But he also recognized that merciful treatment of defeated enemies enhanced his reputation and made future conquests easier, as many garrisons surrendered rather than risk siege when offered honorable terms. Saladin's recapture of Jerusalem shocked Europe and precipitated the Third Crusade, bringing the kings of England, France, and the Holy Roman Emperor into the field against him. Of these monarchs, only Richard I, the Lionheart of England, would prove a serious threat to Saladin's conquests. The confrontation between Richard and Saladin during 1191 to 1192 represents one of history's most evenly matched military contests. Richard's tactical brilliance and the superior heavy cavalry of his forces gave him advantages in pitched battles, exemplified by his victory at Arsuf. Saladin, meanwhile, excelled at strategic maneuver, scorched earth tactics, and the leveraging of superior local knowledge. Neither commander could gain decisive advantage. Richard recaptured the coastal city of Acre and advanced toward Jerusalem, but recognized he lacked the resources to hold the city even if he could take it. Saladin, for his part, could not generate enough military pressure to force Richard's complete withdrawal. The result was a negotiated settlement in September 1192, the Treaty of Jaffa, which maintained Muslim control of Jerusalem but guaranteed Christian access to holy sites and Crusader control of a narrow coastal strip from Tyre to Jaffa. This pragmatic compromise, while disappointing zealots on both sides, reflected the realistic assessment of two commanders who had come to respect each other's capabilities. The mutual admiration between Richard and Saladin has become legendary, though they never met in person. According to chronicles from both sides, they exchanged gifts and courtesies, even while fighting. When Richard fell ill during the campaign, Saladin reportedly sent fresh fruit and snow from the mountains to cool his fever. When Richard's horse was killed in battle, Saladin sent him 2 replacement mounts, saying that a knight should not fight on foot. Whether these accounts are strictly historical or partly apocryphal, they reflect a genuine pattern of chivalric behavior that both leaders displayed. In an age of religious warfare often characterized by extreme brutality, both men generally adhered to a code of honor that transcended cultural and religious differences. Saladin's final years were spent consolidating his empire and addressing internal challenges rather than fighting crusaders. Despite the vast territories under his control, he died relatively poor in March 1193, having distributed much of his wealth to supporters and charitable causes. His personal austerity was such that his treasury reportedly contained insufficient funds for his funeral expenses. Before his death, Saladin divided his territories among his sons and brother, an arrangement that quickly led to internal power struggles. The Ayyubid dynasty he founded would rule various parts of the Middle East for decades, but never with the unity or effectiveness he had achieved. Saladin's historical reputation has followed an unusual trajectory. In the Muslim world, he was immediately recognized as a hero who had recaptured Jerusalem and united Arab lands, though political rivalries sometimes muted his celebration in areas controlled by competing dynasties. In medieval Europe, despite being the nemesis of Crusader ambitions, he gradually became the exemplar of noble heathen virtues, a Muslim leader whose personal qualities transcended religious prejudice. This European admiration is reflected in Dante's Divine Comedy, where Saladin is placed in limbo with virtuous pagans rather than in hell with other Muslim leaders. By the era of the Enlightenment, European writers like Voltaire cited Saladin as evidence that moral virtue existed outside Christianity, using his example to critique religious intolerance. As a military leader, Saladin's greatest strengths were strategic vision, patience, and adaptability. Unlike commanders who sought decisive battle at the first opportunity, he was willing to wage campaigns of attrition and maneuver, gradually weakening his enemy's positions before striking. He understood the political dimension of warfare, recognizing that victory required not just defeating armies but winning the support or at least the acquiescence of civilian populations. His leadership style emphasized personal example rather than coercion. Contemporary accounts describe him visiting wounded soldiers, sharing simple meals with his men, and leading from the front during crucial engagements. This approach generated intense personal loyalty, enabling him to maintain coalitions among groups that had previously been enemies. Saladin's enduring significance extends beyond his military achievements. In an era when religious difference typically justified extreme brutality, he demonstrated that effective leadership could incorporate mercy, tolerance, and respect for opponents. His recapture of Jerusalem showed that even the most sacred objectives could be achieved without wholesale slaughter of non-combatants, a standard that shamed both his predecessors and many who came after him. In the modern Middle East, Saladin has been adopted as a symbol by various nationalist movements, sometimes in ways that simplify his complex historical legacy. His Kurdish ethnicity, rule over combined Arab territories, and religious devotion make him a potentially unifying figure across ethnic and sectarian divisions that continue to trouble the region. Perhaps the most accurate assessment of Saladin comes from his contemporary biographer, Bahar ad-Din ibn Shaddad, who knew him personally. He was gentle, kind, a man of few words who was embarrassed by too much talk, wise in his actions, charitable, patient, faithful to his word, resolute, able to make splendid use of opportunities, and to stand firm in adversity. This combination of military effectiveness and personal virtue explains why, over 8 centuries after his death, Saladin remains the rare military leader admired across cultures and religious traditions, a commander who conquered not just territories but also the respect of those who stood against him. Chapter 6: Miyamoto Musashi, Japan's Sword Saint. Dawn broke over the small island of Fukushima as 2 men faced each other, their silhouettes stark against the rising sun. One was Sasaki Kojiro, master of the Nodachi, the drying pole longsword and darling of the Hosokawa clan. The other was Miyamoto Musashi, an unkempt wanderer who had arrived deliberately late, rowing to the island with a wooden oar he had carved into a crude sword during the journey. The contrast between Kojiro's elegant appearance and Musashi's disheveled countenance could not have been starker. What followed would become the most famous duel in Japanese history. As Kojiro drew his famed blade, Musashi charged forward with his improvised wooden weapon. A single strike later, Kojiro lay dead or dying on the sand. Musashi had calculated everything, timing of his arrival to unsettle his opponent, and position the rising sun behind him to impair Kojiro's vision. The longer reach his wooden sword provided compared to Kojiro's steel, even the psychological impact of his apparent disrespect. This duel in 1612, whether historical fact or embellished legend, encapsulates the essence of Miyamoto Musashi. Unlike the other military leaders in this volume, Musashi's greatness manifested not in commanding armies or conquering territories, but in his unparalleled mastery of individual combat and the philosophical depths he discovered through the study of swordsmanship. Born in 1584 in Harima Province, now part of Hyōgo Prefecture, Musashi's early life coincided with one of the most turbulent periods in Japanese history. The unification of Japan under Toyotomi Hideyoshi was giving way to the final struggle that would establish the Tokugawa shogunate, a regime that would bring peace to Japan for over 2 centuries, but not before years of brutal civil war. Details of Musashi's childhood remain sparse and often contradictory. Most accounts agree that he was born into a family with samurai connections, possibly as the son of a master of the jite, a weapon used to catch and defend against sword attacks. His father, Shinnon Munisai, was reportedly a martial artist of some renown, though the nature of their relationship remains unclear in historical records. What seems certain is that Musashi experienced combat from an exceptionally early age. According to his own writings, he won his first duel at age 13 against a samurai named Arima Kie, a wandering swordsman who had posted a challenge at a nearby shrine. The young Musashi allegedly defeated him using only a wooden staff. Whether strictly historical or partly mythologized, this precocious victory marked the beginning of an extraordinary career in single combat. By his own count, Musashi fought in over 60 duels during his lifetime, remaining undefeated, a record that seems nearly impossible given the lethal nature of such encounters and the prevalence of skilled swordsmen during this period. yet contemporary accounts support his exceptional skill, and his victories against established sword schools generated both fame and resentment. Musashi participated in several major battles of the era, including the Sekigahara campaign of 1600, which established Tokugawa dominance, and the siege of Osaka Castle in 1614 to 1615, which eliminated the last significant opposition to Tokugawa rule. Unlike many samurai who served a particular lord, however, Musashi spent much of his life as a ronin, a masterless samurai, traveling throughout Japan to test and refine his martial skills. This independent existence was central to Musashi's development as both swordsman and philosopher. Unbound by allegiance to a single lord or adherence to a traditional style, he developed his unique Niten Ichiru, or two heavens as one school of swordsmanship, which famously incorporated the use of two swords simultaneously. The katana long sword and wakizashi, short sword, a highly unorthodox approach in an era when formal schools emphasized the use of a single blade. You should not have any special fondness for a particular weapon, or anything else for that matter. Musashi wrote in his classic text, The Book of Five Rings, "Too much is the same as not enough. Without imitating anyone else, you should have as much weaponry as suits you." This pragmatic approach typified Musashi's philosophy of combat, where many contemporary sword schools emphasized formal techniques and aesthetic considerations. Musashi focused relentlessly on effectiveness. He developed techniques designed for real combat rather than practice halls, emphasizing timing, psychology, and adaptability over rigidly prescribed forms. The duel with Sasaki Kojiro represents only the most famous example of Musashi's psychological approach to combat. Throughout his career, he employed unconventional tactics to unbalance opponents, arriving late to duels to irritate and rush adversaries, using wooden swords against steel blades to extend his reach, and even adopting deliberately unkempt appearances to provoke opponents into emotional reactions that compromise their technique. You win battles by knowing the enemy's timing and using a timing which the enemy does not expect, he wrote, emphasizing that mental factors often determined the outcome of physical confrontations before they even began. By his 30s, having defeated most significant rivals, Musashi began a deeper exploration of the principles underlying his martial success. This intellectual journey eventually produced the Book of Five Rings, Go-Rin no Sho, composed near the end of his life in 1645. This treatise explores swordsmanship through five elements or rings: earth fundamentals, water flexibility, fire aggression, wind traditions, and the weaknesses they create, and void the transcendent understanding that comes from mastery. Unlike many martial texts that focus narrowly on technique, Musashi's work explores deeper philosophical questions: how conflict arises, how victory is achieved, and how principles of combat extend to broader aspects of life and strategy. This holistic approach has given his work enduring relevance beyond martial arts, particularly in business and leadership contexts, where his emphasis on clear perception, psychological understanding, and strategic thinking remains valuable. "You must understand that there is more than one path to the top of the mountain," he wrote, advocating for a flexible approach to problem solving that transcends formulaic responses. In his final years, Musashi retired to a cave called Reigando in Kumamoto Prefecture, where he devoted himself to meditation, painting, and writing. Beyond his martial writings, he produced significant works of calligraphy and painting, particularly in the sumi ink wash style. His most famous work, Shrike on a Dead Branch, exemplifies the minimalist aesthetic and powerful simplicity that characterized his artistic approach, qualities that mirrored his stripped-down, essential approach to swordsmanship. Before his death in 1645, Musashi completed the Dokhondo, The Path of Aloneness, a brief document outlining 21 precepts for life. These aphorisms distill his philosophy into principles that extend beyond combat into personal conduct. Accept everything just the way it is. Do not seek pleasure for its own sake. Do not regret what you have done. Respect Buddha and the gods without counting on their help. This final text reveals the depth of Musashi's journey from pure martial artist to philosopher. Through decades of life and death encounters, he had come to view swordsmanship not merely as a method of combat, but as a path to deeper understanding, what the Japanese call do, a way or path of life. Musashi's legacy differs significantly from other military leaders in this volume. While figures like Alexander and Genghis Khan transformed political landscapes through conquest, Musashi's influence operated at a different scale, reshaping understanding of individual combat and the psychological dimensions of conflict. His teachings have influenced generations of martial artists, military strategists, business leaders, and artists who find in his work insights that transcend cultural and historical boundaries. What makes Musashi unique among historical warriors is the combination of unparalleled practical skill and profound philosophical reflection. Unlike many philosophers who theorized without practical experience, or warriors who fought without deeper contemplation, Musashi forged his wisdom through direct confrontation with mortality in dozens of life-or-death encounters. This grounding in hard-won experience gives his writings an authenticity and immediacy that purely theoretical texts cannot match. In modern Japan, Musashi retains an almost mythical status, regularly appearing in films, novels, manga, and other popular media. A.G. Yoshikawa's fictionalized biography, published serially in the 1930s, has sold millions of copies worldwide and shaped the popular image of Musashi as a rugged individualist on a quest for self-perfection. While historians debate the historical accuracy of many stories surrounding his life, the core elements, his exceptional skill, innovative approach, and philosophical depth, remain well documented. Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of Musashi's legacy is its timing. He reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship just as Japan was transitioning from an era of constant warfare to the peaceful isolation of the Tokugawa period. Had he been born a generation earlier, he might have been simply one skilled samurai among many fighting in the chaos of civil war. Had he been born a generation later, after the rigid peace of the Tokugawa era was established, opportunities for testing his skills in real combat would have been significantly curtailed. Instead, Musashi straddled two worlds: the brutal reality of life-or-death combat, and the beginning of a philosophical examination of warfare, as the practical need for such skills diminished. This unique historical position allowed him to both perfect practical fighting techniques and articulate deeper principles that would remain relevant even as their immediate application changed. "The true way of the warrior is to prevent slaughter," he wrote, recognizing that the highest achievement in martial arts is not victory in combat, but the wisdom to avoid unnecessary conflict, a perspective that anticipated Japan's transition from war to peace. For modern readers, Musashi's most enduring lesson may be his emphasis on the integration of practice and theory. He disdained both impractical philosophy and mindless technique, insisting that deep understanding could only emerge from the combination of rigorous practice, critical reflection, and continuous testing against reality. This integrated approach to mastery, applicable to any field of human endeavor, explains why his work continues to inspire not just martial artists but entrepreneurs, athletes, artists, and leaders across diverse disciplines. While he never commanded armies or conquered territories, Miyamoto Musashi achieved a different kind of immortality. Through his undefeated record in duels, his revolutionary two-sword technique, his artistic works, and especially his written legacy in the Book of Five Rings, he transcended the role of mere warrior to become something rarer, a figure whose insights into the nature of conflict and mastery remain as valuable in boardrooms today as they were on battlefields 4 centuries ago. Chapter 7: Napoleon Bonaparte, Master Tactician of Europe. The frigid winds of a Russian winter howled across the desolate plains as the remnants of what had once been the Grande Armée trudged westward. Of the 500,000 men who had triumphantly marched eastward 6 months earlier, barely 20,000 remained in formation. Their emperor, once seemingly invincible, rode in their midst, his face betraying little emotion as he contemplated the greatest disaster of his military career. In politics, stupidity is not a handicap, Napoleon Bonaparte had once quipped. Now in December 1812, that cynical observation had come back to haunt him. His decision to invade Russia, despite warnings from advisors and the lessons of history, had resulted in catastrophe. Yet even in this moment of profound defeat, no one questioned who commanded, or that many would follow him into battle again. Born on the Mediterranean island of Corsica in 1769, just months after France had annexed it from Genoa, Napoleon Bonaparte emerged from modest provincial nobility to become the dominant figure of European history for nearly 2 decades. His extraordinary rise from artillery officer to Emperor of France and Master of Europe represents one of history's most remarkable journeys from obscurity to power. Napoleon's military education began at the Royal Military School of Brienne and later the École Militaire in Paris, where he studied artillery, a technical branch that offered advancement based on merit rather than noble birth. Commissioned as a second lieutenant in 1785, the young officer's early career coincided with the tumultuous years of the French Revolution, which abolished the monarchy and created unprecedented opportunities for talented individuals regardless of background. His first significant military achievement came in 1793 at the Siege of Toulon, where as a 24-year-old artillery commander, he devised the strategy that drove British forces from this key Mediterranean port. This victory earned him promotion to brigadier general and caught the attention of political leaders in Paris. 2 years later, when royalist insurgents threatened the revolutionary government, Napoleon secured his reputation by dispersing the mob with what he famously called a whiff of grapeshot, artillery fire that demonstrated both his decisiveness and his willingness to employ military solutions to political problems, a characteristic that would define much of his career. His appointment in 1796 to command the army of Italy, facing Austrian and Piedmontese forces, provided the opportunity to demonstrate his military genius on a larger stage. Taking control of an ill-equipped, poorly supplied force, Napoleon transformed it into a formidable fighting machine through a combination of inspiring leadership, tactical brilliance, and innovative operational concepts. An army marches on its stomach, Napoleon observed, recognizing that logistics underpinned military success. Rather than relying on cumbersome supply lines, he adopted a policy of living off the land, feeding his troops with local resources, which increased their mobility and operational tempo compared to conventional armies of the era. In a rapid campaign that astonished contemporary observers, Napoleon defeated the Piedmontese and Austrians in a series of engagements including Montenotte, Digo, Millesimo, and Mondovi. He repeatedly split enemy coalitions by attacking before they could concentrate their forces, a strategy summarized in his maxim: "The whole art of war consists in a well-reasoned and extremely circumspect defensive, followed by rapid and audacious attack." The Battle of Arcola, in November 1796, exemplified Napoleon's personal courage and understanding of morale. When his troops hesitated to cross a narrow bridge under enemy fire, he grabbed a flag and led the charge himself, nearly being killed in the process. While sometimes dismissed as theatrical, such gestures created an emotional bond with his soldiers that enhanced his ability to demand extraordinary efforts from them. Napoleon's Egyptian campaign of 1798 to 1799, while ultimately unsuccessful militarily, demonstrated his recognition that warfare extended beyond pure military confrontation into political and cultural dimensions. He brought along scientists and scholars to study Egyptian antiquities and establish research institutions, understanding that military conquest alone would not secure France's position in the Eastern Mediterranean. Upon returning to France in 1799, he participated in the coup d'état that established the consulate, with himself as first consul, effectively ending the revolutionary period and beginning his ascent to supreme power. Combining military prestige with political acumen, he consolidated control over the French state, eventually crowning himself emperor in 1804. As a military strategist, Napoleon built upon the organizational innovations of the revolutionary armies, particularly the divisional system that created more flexible formations than the linear tactics of earlier 18th century warfare. He perfected the corps system, organizing his armies into largely self-sufficient units that could march separately but fight together, increasing both strategic mobility and tactical flexibility. "Strategy is the art of making use of time and space," he wrote. "I am less concerned about the latter than the former. Space we can recover, lost time never." This emphasis on tempo, operating faster than opponents could respond, characterized Napoleon's greatest campaigns and has influenced military thinking to the present day. At Austerlitz in 1805, often considered his masterpiece, Napoleon deliberately appeared weak to entice the combined Austro-Russian army into attacking what they perceived as a vulnerable position. When they committed to the attack, he launched a powerful counterattack against their overextended flank, splitting their forces and inflicting a decisive defeat that eliminated Austria from the Third Coalition against France. "Never interrupt your enemy when he is making a mistake," Napoleon advised, exemplifying his understanding that psychological factors often determined battlefield outcomes as much as physical capabilities. His campaigns from 1805 to 1809 demonstrated the height of Napoleonic warfare, rapid marches to achieve strategic surprise, concentration of forces at decisive points, and envelopment maneuvers designed to not merely defeat enemy armies, but to destroy them entirely. Victories at Jena Auerstedt, 1806, Friedland, 1807, and Wagram, 1809, secured French dominance across continental Europe. Beyond tactical and operational brilliance, Napoleon revolutionized military organization. He established the corps d'armée as a basic unit, large enough to hold its own in battle temporarily, but not so large it couldn't live off the land. His staff system, centered on the skilled marshals he appointed, based on demonstrated ability, provided effective command and control of far larger armies than previous generals had managed. The art of being a great commander, he observed, is to divide in order to subsist, and to concentrate in order to fight. This principle allowed his armies to move quickly along multiple routes before converging at decisive locations with overwhelming force. Unlike many military leaders who excelled at either strategy or tactics, Napoleon demonstrated mastery at all levels of warfare. He understood the grand strategic interaction of military, political, economic, and diplomatic factors. He excelled at campaign planning and operational maneuver to create advantageous conditions before battle, and he possessed an intuitive understanding of tactical deployment and the crucial moment to commit reserves. In warfare, the moral is to the physical as 3 is to 1, he wrote, recognizing that soldiers' belief in victory often mattered more than numerical advantages. He cultivated this moral factor through a system of honors, including the Legion of Honor and battle standards adorned with eagles, creating a meritocratic culture where soldiers of any background could rise through demonstrated courage and ability. However, Napoleon's greatest strengths eventually transformed into fatal weaknesses. His confidence in his own judgment, reinforced by years of success, gradually evolved into dangerous overconfidence. His tendency to centralize decision-making, effective when commanding smaller armies directly, became problematic as he attempted to control vast forces across multiple theaters. His reliance on offensive operations, while brilliantly successful against conventional opponents, proved less effective against unconventional resistance in Spain or the vast defensive depth of Russia. The Spanish ulcer, as he called the grinding guerrilla war that tied down hundreds of thousands of French troops from 1808 onward, represented the first crack in his system of warfare. Unable to bring the conflict to decisive battle against dispersed insurgents supported by local populations, French forces faced a type of warfare for which Napoleon's methods had no effective answer. The Russian campaign of 1812 exposed the limits of Napoleonic warfare on an even greater scale. The immense distances, harsh climate, scorched earth tactics employed by retreating Russian forces, and logistical challenges of maintaining a 600,000-man army hundreds of miles from its bases created problems that even Napoleon's genius could not overcome. After his retreat from Moscow and the destruction of much of his army, Napoleon demonstrated remarkable resilience by raising new forces and continuing to fight. The campaigns of 1813 to 1814, though ultimately unsuccessful, showcased his tactical brilliance even as strategic reality closed in around him. At battles like Lutzen and Bautzen, he achieved victories with hastily trained conscripts against the combined forces of Prussia and Russia. Following his first abdication and exile to Elba in 1814, Napoleon staged perhaps history's most audacious comeback. Escaping the island with a small guard, he returned to France in March 1815. As armies sent to arrest him instead rallied to his cause, he regained power without firing a shot, a testament to his extraordinary personal charisma and the loyalty he inspired. The 100 Days culminated in the campaign of Waterloo, where Napoleon nearly succeeded in defeating the Allied armies separately before they could unite. His final defeat on June 18, 1815, came not from tactical failure, but from a combination of circumstances. The weather that delayed his attack, the stubborn resistance of Wellington's Anglo-Allied army, the timely arrival of Prussian forces, and perhaps his own diminished health affecting his decision-making. Exiled to the remote Atlantic island of St. Helena, Napoleon spent his final years dictating memoirs and reflections on warfare that would influence military thinking for generations. He died in 1821, possibly from stomach cancer, though theories about arsenic poisoning persist. Napoleon's military legacy is complex and sometimes contradictory. He did not invent the tactical or organizational elements that characterized his system of warfare. Many emerged from French revolutionary armies or earlier military theorists. His genius lay in synthesizing these elements into a coherent whole and applying them with unmatched energy flexibility, and understanding of human psychology. The Napoleonic approach to warfare, emphasizing mobility, offensive action, concentration of force, and the decisive battle, dominated European military thinking for much of the 19th century. Military academies across Europe and America studied his campaigns as models of strategic and tactical excellence. Even his defeated enemies adopted many of his innovations, with Prussia in particular transforming its military along Napoleonic lines. Yet Napoleon's career also demonstrates the limitations of even the most brilliant military leadership when divorced from sustainable political objectives. His inability to convert battlefield victories into lasting political settlements eventually exhausted France's resources and united all of Europe against him. The very scale of his success created the conditions for his ultimate failure, as nations reformed their armies and formed ever larger coalitions to counter the French threat. Perhaps Napoleon's most enduring military lesson is that warfare cannot be separated from its political context. His early campaigns succeeded not just because of tactical brilliance, but because they aligned with political objectives that opponents could eventually accept. His later campaigns failed despite tactical successes because they served imperial ambitions that threatened the existence of other European powers, making compromise impossible. Never interrupt your enemy when he is making a mistake, Napoleon famously advised. The greatest mistake of his career may have been forgetting that military genius alone, without proportionate political wisdom, creates victories that cannot endure. Chapter 8. Shaka Zulu, Revolutionary African Commander. The sun had barely risen over the hills of KwaZulu-Natal when the ground began to tremble. Advancing across the plain came a formation that would forever change the nature of warfare in southern Africa, the Impondo Zenkomo, or Beast's Horns of Shaka Kasenzangakona. At the center, a solid chest of veteran warriors moved forward in disciplined ranks, while faster younger horns extended from both sides, encircling the enemy force. Behind the main body, a loins formation held experienced warriors in reserve, ready to reinforce any point of weakness or exploit breakthrough opportunities. Against this innovative tactical system, traditional tribal warfare, involving the mutual hurling of light assegai javelins from a distance, with minimal close combat and few casualties, stood no chance. Shaka's regiments closed quickly to grappling range, where their short-handled, broad-bladed Ikloa spears, wielded with upward thrusts to the torso, inflicted devastating casualties. Within minutes, what might once have been a day-long affair of limited bloodshed turned into comprehensive slaughter. The earth shook with their stamping, reported early European observers who witnessed Shaka's Impas regiments in action. The psychological impact was as devastating as the physical. The coordinated thundering of feet, the synchronized beating of cowhide shields, and the blood-chilling war cries created an intimidating spectacle designed to break enemy morale before combat even began. Born around 1787 as the illegitimate son of a minor Zulu chief and a woman from the Elangi tribe, Shaka's early life gave little indication of his future impact on southern African history. Rejected by his father and bullied as a youth, he and his mother eventually found refuge with the Methwa, a neighboring tribe led by Chief Dingiswayo, who recognized the young man's potential and incorporated him into a regiment. Under Dingiswayo's protection, Shaka developed his military skills and began formulating the revolutionary ideas that would transform warfare in the region. When his father died around 1816, Dingiswayo's support enabled Shaka to claim leadership of the small Zulu clan, which then numbered perhaps 1,500 people, a minor chiefdom among dozens in the region. What followed was one of history's most remarkable examples of rapid state formation through military innovation. Within a decade, Shaka had transformed the Zulu from an insignificant tribe into the dominant power in southeastern Africa, controlling a centralized kingdom encompassing much of present-day KwaZulu-Natal province in South Africa. His conquests triggered the Mefeking-Tia forced migration, a Defecane, Sia forced migration, period of widespread warfare and population displacement that reshaped the demographic map of southern Africa. The foundation of Shaka's success lay in his comprehensive reimagining of every aspect of warfare. Traditional combat between African tribes in the region had been relatively limited in scope and consequence. Ritualized confrontations that resulted in few casualties and minimal territorial changes. Shaka transformed this limited warfare into total warfare aimed at the complete subjugation or incorporation of rival peoples. His first innovation was tactical, observing the limitations of traditional javelin throwing, which allowed warriors to maintain distance from one another. Shaka developed the al-Walid, named for the sucking sound it made when withdrawn from a victim's body. This short stabbing spear required warriors to engage at close quarters, dramatically increasing combat lethality. He paired this weapon with a large oval cowhide shield, which his warriors were trained to hook aside an opponent's shield before delivering the fatal thrust. The warrior who returns without his weapon or shield, Shaka reportedly declared, has chosen his burial place. Such uncompromising standards eliminated the possibility of retreat or half-hearted engagement. Perhaps even more significant than his weapons innovations was Shaka's transformation of military organization. He instituted a regimental system based on age grades where young men were organized into a mabatho, regiments that lived in military kraals separate from their home villages. This system not only created a standing army that could train consistently and deploy rapidly, but also transferred the primary loyalty of young men from their local chiefs and families to the Zulu state, personified by Shaka himself. Training under Shaka was notoriously brutal. He eliminated sandals, forcing his warriors to develop hardened feet, capable of moving quickly across any terrain. Regiments that failed in their objectives or showed cowardice faced execution. He instituted graduated training that promoted the most capable warriors regardless of birth, creating a meritocratic military system that rewarded battlefield effectiveness above all else. The spear is the might of a warrior, Shaka instructed his troops, but discipline is the strength of an army. This emphasis on discipline extended beyond combat techniques to every aspect of military life. His regiments practiced formation movements daily, developing the ability to execute complex maneuvers on the battlefield with precision unmatched by tribal opponents. Logistically, Shaka's armies operated differently from their predecessors. He developed a system of cattle brought on the hoof and fast-moving support personnel that extended the operational range of his forces beyond what other tribes could maintain. Most significantly, he eliminated the concept of campaigning seasons, launching military operations year-round rather than limiting warfare to post-harvest periods as had been traditional practice. The result was a military machine that could strike without warning, move faster than its opponents, fight more effectively in close combat, and sustain operations longer than any contemporary force in the region. Against such comprehensive military superiority, neighboring tribes faced stark choices: submission, annihilation, or flight. Many chose flight, triggering cascading population movements as displaced groups moved into territories occupied by others, who were in turn displaced. This process, the Mfiakane, fundamentally altered the human geography of southern Africa, with ramifications extending as far north as Tanzania. New composite states emerged as refugee groups coalesced around military leaders who adopted elements of Shaka's system, while vast territories were depopulated, later facilitating European colonization. Shaka's military success enabled rapid political consolidation. He incorporated defeated enemies into his kingdom, often after killing their leadership class but absorbing the general population. Young men from conquered groups were assigned to a Mabutho alongside Zulu youth, diluting tribal identities and creating a new, broader Zulu identity. Those who demonstrated exceptional loyalty or ability could rise to positions of authority regardless of origin, creating pathways for integration and advancement within the expanding kingdom. By the mid-1820s, Shaka ruled a centralized state estimated to encompass 250,000 people and up to 50,000 warriors organized in age-graded regiments. His capital at Bulawayo, modern Esho, became the center of an elaborate political system that controlled trade, administered justice, and mobilized resources on an unprecedented scale in the region. The first Europeans to encounter the Zulu kingdom were British traders who established a presence at Port Natal, modern Durban, in 1824. These early colonists, led by figures like Francis Farewell and Henry Francis Finn, recorded some of the only first-hand descriptions of Shaka and his system from outsiders who witnessed it during his lifetime. Their accounts, while filtered through European perspectives and often sensationalized, confirm the effectiveness of Zulu military organization and the awe it inspired among neighbors and newcomers alike. Shaka initially maintained cordial relations with these European arrivals, seeing potential advantage in access to trade goods and particularly firearms. He permitted their settlement and even sent diplomatic missions to the Cape Colony, demonstrating a strategic awareness of the changing regional dynamics introduced by European expansion. However, Shaka's rule grew increasingly erratic in his final years, particularly after the death of his mother Nandi in 1827. According to contemporary accounts, his grief manifested in savage cruelty, with executions becoming more frequent and arbitrary demands placed on his subjects. This period of terror, whether accurately reported or exaggerated by later chroniclers, created the conditions for his assassination in September 1828 by his half-brothers Dingain and Miklangana, with the support of an aunt, Nikabi. Shaka's military innovations outlived him, adopted not only by his Zulu successors, but also by other African leaders who recognized their effectiveness. Mzilikazi, a former Zulu commander who fled Shaka's rule, established the Ndebele state in modern Zimbabwe using modified Zulu military techniques. Mosho Shuai incorporated elements of Shaka's system while building the Besotho nation, modern Lesotho, though tempering its more brutal aspects. Most significantly, the Zulu military system reached its fullest expression half a century after Shaka's death, when his grandnephew Cetshwayo Kampande led Zulu forces against British invasion in the Anglo-Zulu War of 1879. At the Battle of Isandlwana, Zulu Impis, using essentially the same tactical system, Shaka had developed inflicted the worst defeat on British forces in colonial history, destroying an entire battalion of the 24th Regiment of Foot and sending shockwaves through Victorian Britain. From a military perspective, Shaka's legacy represents one of history's most comprehensive examples of innovation across all aspects of warfare: weapons technology, tactical formations, training methods, organizational structure, operational tempo, and strategic objectives. Unlike many military reformers who modified existing systems incrementally, Shaka fundamentally reimagined every element of military practice, creating an integrated approach that dominated regional warfare for generations. Yet this military genius came with tremendous human cost. Conservative estimates suggest that hundreds of thousands of people died during the Misikane, either directly in Zulu conquests or indirectly through displacement, starvation, and cascading conflicts triggered by population movements. Entire ethnic groups were scattered or absorbed, their distinct identities lost. The militarization of society under Shaka prioritized the regiment over the family, radically altering social structures. Modern assessments of Shaka's legacy remain complex and often contentious. Within South Africa, particularly among Zulu nationalists, he is celebrated as a brilliant state builder who unified disparate clans into a powerful nation that initially successfully resisted European colonization. His military innovations are viewed as evidence of African ingenuity and organizational capability prior to European domination. More critical perspectives emphasize the destructive aspects of his conquests and the authoritarian nature of the state he created. Some historians argue that the destruction wrought during the Misikane ultimately facilitated European colonization by depopulating territories and destabilizing indigenous political systems, though this interpretation remains debated among scholars. What remains beyond dispute is Shaka's transformation of warfare and state formation in southern Africa. In little more than a decade, he developed a military system so effective that it forced all neighboring peoples to either adopt similar methods or flee. He created a centralized political structure that transcended previous tribal limitations, and he established a Zulu identity that has persisted for 2 centuries despite the pressures of colonization, apartheid, and modern political challenges. A man is not a man until he has proven his worth, Shaka supposedly told his warriors. By any measure of military innovation and state building under adverse conditions, Shaka Kasenzanga proved his worth as one of history's most revolutionary commanders, forever altering the political landscape of a continent. Chapter 9. Yi Sun-sin, Korea's naval defender. Dawn broke over the narrow strait between Korea's southern coast and Tsushima Island as a Japanese invasion fleet of approximately 330 vessels approached the seemingly empty waters near Myeongyang. General Todor Takatora, commanding the vanguard, could hardly believe his good fortune. Intelligence reports indicated that the Korean Admiral Yi Sun-sin might be lurking in the area with a small fleet, but no enemy ships were visible. The waterway ahead, no more than a kilometer wide at its narrowest point, promised clear passage for the massive invasion force. What Todor failed to understand was that he was sailing into what would become one of naval history's most brilliantly executed ambushes. Hidden around a bend in the strait, Admiral Yi waited with just 13 ships, all that remained of the once proud Korean Navy, after political machinations had temporarily removed him from command. As the tide reached its peak flow, creating treacherous whirlpools and currents that Yi had meticulously studied, he gave the order to advance. The Korean vessels emerged from their hiding place in tight formation, their distinctive turtle ship, the Kobuksun, leading the charge. The Japanese fleet, already struggling against the unexpected current patterns, found itself compressed in the narrow strait, unable to maneuver effectively or bring its superior numbers to bear. Yi struck the vanguard with concentrated fire from his deck-mounted cannons, sending several enemy ships to the bottom within minutes. By day's end, over half the Japanese fleet had been destroyed, while Yi lost not a single ship. The Battle of Myeongyang in 1597 stands as perhaps history's most lopsided naval victory, and a testament to Yi Sun-sin's unparalleled combination of tactical genius, technological innovation, and inspiring leadership. Born in 1545 to a middle-class Yangban family with a tradition of military service, Yi Sun-sin grew up during a period when Korea's Joseon dynasty was experiencing relative peace and prosperity after centuries of turbulence. Military careers carried less prestige than civil service positions, and the Navy in particular was considered a backwater assignment. Nevertheless, Yi chose the military path, passing the military examination with distinction at age 32, after several earlier failures. His early career showed both his competence and his uncompromising integrity. Stationed on Korea's northern frontier, he distinguished himself in operations against Jurchen raiders. His refusal to participate in corrupt practices and his willingness to report misconduct by superiors repeatedly hindered his advancement and led to demotions and transfers to remote postings. In 1591, fate and merit combined to secure Yi an appointment as commander of the naval district at Jeolla province on Korea's southwest coast. This seemingly mundane posting would place him at the critical juncture of history, as Japanese warlord Toyotomi Hideyoshi prepared for a massive invasion of Korea as the first step in an ambitious plan to conquer Ming China. Unlike many of his contemporaries, Yi recognized the gathering threat and immediately set about strengthening the defenses under his command. He rigorously trained his sailors, improved coastal fortifications, and most significantly, oversaw the construction of additional Kobuksun, innovative warships covered with protective metal-plated roofs and armed with multiple cannons. Those who seek to defend must be prepared before those who seek to attack have formed their plans. Yi wrote in his war diary, a principle he applied with methodical thoroughness. When the Japanese invasion fleet arrived in May 1592, most Korean defenses collapsed quickly. The Japanese had spent years preparing, assembling hundreds of ships and over 150,000 troops, many veterans of Hideyoshi's campaigns to unify Japan. Against this juggernaut, Korean land forces, hollow from decades of peace and political neglect, disintegrated, with the capital Seoul falling within 3 weeks. The sea, however, told a different story. In his first encounter with Japanese vessels at Okpo, Yi sank or captured 26 enemy ships without losing any of his own. This victory began an unbroken string of naval successes that would eventually encompass 23 battles and over 200 Japanese ships destroyed or captured, all without losing a single ship under his personal command, an achievement unparalleled in naval history. Yi's tactical approach revolutionized naval warfare in East Asia, where Japanese naval doctrine emphasized closing with enemy vessels to board them, essentially treating ships as floating platforms for samurai to engage in close combat. Yi maintained distance and used Korea's superior cannon technology to devastating effect. His ships would approach in disciplined formations, unleash concentrated broadside fire. The Kobuksun represented Yi's most famous technological innovation, though its exact configuration remains debated by historians. Contemporary sources describe it as a modified Panaxion, standard Korean warship with a protective covering of metal spikes or plates that prevented enemy boarding and offered protection against arrows and small arms fire. Combined with multiple gun ports for cannon and a fearsome dragonhead prow that could emit sulphurous smoke, these vessels proved nearly invulnerable to Japanese attack. Beyond tactical and technological brilliance, Yi's leadership embodied the highest ideals of duty and sacrifice. He led from the front, personally directing battles from his flagship rather than remaining safely behind the lines. He shared the hardships of his men, often refusing special accommodations or provisions. He maintained rigorous discipline while simultaneously earning deep loyalty through his fairness and personal example. "Those who command must first learn to serve," he wrote. "If the commander seeks comfort while his men endure hardship, how can he expect their loyalty when battle is joined?" By late 1593, Yi's naval victories had completely disrupted Japanese supply lines, forcing Hideyoshi's armies to abandon much of their conquered territory and retreat to fortified positions around Busan. This strategic reversal led to peace negotiations, creating a temporary lull in the conflict. It was during this uneasy truce that Yi faced his greatest personal challenge. Court intrigues and jealousy over his successes led to a scheme by his rivals to discredit him. When he refused a direct order to engage Japanese ships at a location he correctly suspected was a trap, he was arrested, tortured, stripped of rank, and imprisoned. One Gyun, his bitter rival and polar opposite in character and competence, replaced him as naval commander. The consequences proved disastrous. Within months, one led the Korean fleet into an ambush at Liang, where virtually the entire navy was destroyed. With Korean naval power seemingly eliminated, the Japanese prepared for a second invasion in 1597. In this desperate hour, King Seonjo had no choice but to reinstate Yi, though only as a middle-rank commander rather than overall naval leader. Yi's response exemplified his character. "Though I have been reduced to this pitiful rank, I am still able to serve. This body, though in tatters, still has its head." Taking command of the 12 warships that had survived the debacle, the only remnants of the fleet he had built, Yi faced the daunting task of opposing hundreds of Japanese vessels with this token force. It was under these nearly impossible circumstances that he achieved his most extraordinary victory at Myeongyang, destroying over 130 enemy ships without losing any of his own. This astonishing triumph was no mere accident of geography or luck. Yi had meticulously studied the strait's complex tidal patterns and deliberately positioned his small force where the narrow channel and treacherous currents would neutralize the enemy's numerical advantage. His intimate knowledge of local conditions, combined with the superior seamanship of his experienced crews, transformed apparent disadvantage into decisive victory. The Battle of Myeongyang halted the Japanese advance and revitalized Korean resistance. Over the following months, reinforcements from Ming China helped push Japanese forces back to coastal enclaves. Yi, meanwhile, rebuilt his fleet and continued to dominate the sea lanes, preventing effective resupply of Japanese positions. The final chapter of Yi's remarkable career came at the Battle of Myeongyang in December 1598. With Hideyoshi's death prompting a Japanese decision to withdraw from Korea, Yi intercepted their retreating fleet. In the midst of what would prove to be his last victory, as Japanese ships were being destroyed by the score, a stray bullet struck him. Recognizing his wound was fatal, he reportedly ordered his nephew and son, "The battle is at its height. Do not announce my death." He died as the Japanese fleet was in full retreat. Yi Sun-sin's naval campaigns represent one of history's most successful defensive operations. Against overwhelming odds, he preserved Korean naval power, severed Japanese supply lines, and ultimately made continued occupation of the Korean peninsula untenable. His victories saved Korea from potential absorption into the Japanese Empire and played a critical role in preserving Korean cultural and political identity. What makes Yi's achievements particularly remarkable is the comprehensive nature of his genius. He excelled not merely as a tactician but as a strategist who understood the broader implications of naval power in land campaigns. He was not only a combat leader but an administrator who efficiently managed personnel, supplies, and shipbuilding. He combined technological innovation with intensive training to maximize his force's effectiveness. And perhaps most importantly, he embodied a moral authority that inspired extraordinary loyalty and sacrifice from those under his command. Unlike many of history's great captains who enjoyed overwhelming advantages in numbers, resources, or technology, Yi consistently achieved victory while outmanned and during his later campaigns, working with inferior equipment and insufficient support from his government. Victory for him came not through overwhelming force, but through superior preparation, tactical innovation, and masterful use of environmental conditions. In modern Korea, Yi Sun-sin is revered as the nation's greatest hero. A massive statue of the admiral dominates Gwanghwamun Square in central Seoul. The Hyeoncheongsa Shrine in Aesan enshrines his remains and serves as a place of national pilgrimage. His posthumously granted title, Cheongmu-gongdyu, a loyalty-inspiring military lord, has become synonymous with selfless patriotism and duty. Yet outside East Asia, Yi remained relatively unknown to Western military historians until recent decades. This obscurity stems partly from the West's traditional Eurocentric view of military history, and partly from the lack of translated primary sources. As more of Yi's writings, particularly his meticulous war diary, the Nanjing Ilgi, have become available in Western languages, appreciation for his accomplishments has grown among international military scholars. Modern naval theorists have particularly noted Yi's anticipation of principles that would not become formalized in Western naval doctrine until centuries later: the concentration of force against divided enemies, the tactical advantage of superior firepower versus boarding actions, and the strategic importance of command of the sea for land campaigns. His use of environmental conditions, tide, wind, and terrain to multiply combat effectiveness resonates with contemporary emphasis on battle space awareness. Beyond his technical brilliance, Yi's ethical leadership offers enduring lessons for military commanders. His incorruptible character, willingness to share hardship with his men, and moral courage in standing firm against flawed orders exemplify the highest traditions of military service. When temporarily stripped of command, he accepted personal humiliation rather than allowing pride to override his duty to his nation, then returned without bitterness when recalled to service in Korea's hour of need. "Death is the same to all men," Yi wrote in his diary. "All that matters is whether a man's name is remembered with honor." By this measure, Admiral Yi Sun-sin achieved immortality. His combination of tactical genius, technological innovation, and moral leadership not only saved his nation, but established a standard of naval excellence that remains unsurpassed after more than 4 centuries. Chapter 10: Khalid Afdi Bien al-Walid. The Sword of Allah. The scorching desert sun beat down upon the battlefield of Yarmouk as the fate of 2 empires hung in the balance. Outnumbered nearly 4-1, an Arab-Muslim army faced the elite forces of the Byzantine Empire in what would prove to be one of history's most consequential battles. At the center of the Muslim lines rode a commander whose tactical genius and battlefield prowess had already become legendary across Arabia and beyond: Khalid Afdi al-Walid. "I have fought in so many battles," he once declared, "that there is no spot on my body left without a scar from a sword or an arrow." Now, in the summer of 636, he faced perhaps his greatest test: a Byzantine force of approximately 150,000 men against his 40,000 warriors, with the future of Islam's expansion at stake. For 6 days, the battle raged across the arid valley beside the Yarmouk River in what is today's Jordan-Syria border region. Byzantine forces attacked repeatedly, seeking to use their superior numbers and heavily armored cataphracts to break the Muslim lines. Each time, Khalid countered with rapid cavalry maneuvers, refusing fixed battle where Byzantine advantages would prevail, instead striking at flanks and creating confusion in enemy formations. On the final day, with both armies exhausted, Khalid sensed his moment. Gathering his mobile reserve, a cavalry force he had personally trained, he led a devastating charge against the Byzantine center. Simultaneously, his subordinate commanders pressed forward on the wings, creating a 3-pronged attack that shattered Byzantine cohesion. As dust clouds reduced visibility, Byzantine units lost contact with each other and fell into disarray. By day's end, the Byzantine army had collapsed entirely, with thousands dead or captured, and the remainder fleeing northward. Emperor Heraclius, upon hearing of the catastrophic defeat, reportedly bid farewell to Syria, recognizing that the Byzantine Empire had lost its richest province permanently. The victory at Yarmouk opened Syria, Palestine, and eventually Egypt to Muslim conquest, fundamentally altering the geopolitical landscape of the Mediterranean world. It exemplified the tactical brilliance of Khalid Ibn al-Walid, a man whom the Prophet Muhammad himself had nicknamed the Sword of Allah. Born around 592 CE into the aristocratic Makhzum clan of the Quraysh tribe, which dominated Mecca, Khalid's early life followed the traditional path of a Meccan nobleman. He received training in horsemanship, swordsmanship, and the tribal warfare that characterized pre-Islamic Arabia. His exceptional abilities as a cavalry commander became evident during his youth, earning him prominence among the Quraysh military leadership. When Muhammad began preaching Islam in Mecca, Khalid stood firmly with the pagan Quraysh against the new religion. He participated in key battles against the early Muslims, including the Battle of Uaju in 625 CE, where his cavalry maneuver against the Muslim flank nearly brought victory to the Meccan forces. For years, he remained one of Islam's most formidable opponents. Yet Khalid's pragmatic intelligence led him to recognize shifting political realities. Following Muhammad's bloodless conquest of Mecca in 630 CE, Khalid made a calculated decision that would transform both his own destiny and the course of Islamic expansion. He converted to Islam and pledged allegiance to the Prophet. Muhammad, displaying the political acumen that complemented his religious leadership, immediately recognized Khalid's military value. Despite his previous opposition, Khalid was quickly entrusted with important commands, beginning with the expedition to Muta against Byzantine forces. His first battle as a Muslim commander. Though outnumbered at Muta, Khalid executed a masterful fighting retreat that saved the Muslim army from annihilation, earning Muhammad's praise. He is indeed one of Allah's swords, and what an excellent servant he is against the enemy. Following Muhammad's death in 632 CE, several Arab tribes renounced their allegiance to the nascent Islamic State, triggering the Ridda Wars of apostasy. Abu Bakr, the first caliph, appointed Khalid to lead campaigns against these rebellious factions. In a series of lightning operations, Khalid defeated tribal confederations across Arabia, securing the Arabian Peninsula for Islam and preventing the disintegration of the new political entity. His most significant victory during this period came against Musaylama, a rival prophet who had gained substantial following in the Yamama region. At the Battle of Garden of Death, Khalid's forces defeated Musaylama's numerically superior army in bitter hand-to-hand combat that claimed the lives of many early Muslims who had memorized the Quran, a loss that would later motivate its written compilation. With Arabia secured, Abu Bakr made a strategic decision that would reshape the Middle East. He dispatched Muslim armies against the Sassanid Persian Empire and the Byzantine Empire, the superpowers that had dominated the region for centuries. Khalid was assigned to the Iraqi front against Persian forces, beginning a new phase of conquest beyond Arabia's borders. In a remarkable series of victories, Chains, River, Walaja, Ilay, and Hira, Khalid defeated Persian armies despite being outnumbered in each engagement. His tactical innovations proved decisive, particularly his development of a mobile strike force called the Mobile Guard, Muqaddimah, elite cavalry units, capable of rapid deployment to critical points during battle. Fighting the Romans is like fighting 200 Persians, Khalid reportedly observed, acknowledging the formidable reputation of Byzantine forces. Yet when Abu Bakr redirected him from the Persian front to reinforce struggling Muslim armies in Syria, Khalid embraced the challenge, undertaking one of history's most audacious desert marches. Rather than following established trade routes northward and then west, which would have taken months, Khalid chose a direct path across the Syrian desert, a 5-day journey through one of the world's most inhospitable environments, with minimal water sources. Military historians have compared this march to Hannibal's crossing of the Alps, in terms of its daring and the leadership required to succeed. Arriving in Syria, Khalid immediately took command and reorganized Muslim forces that had been fighting defensively. Within weeks, he had defeated Byzantine armies at Ajnadain, Fal, and Damascus, employing his characteristic combination of rapid cavalry maneuvers, disciplined infantry, and excellent intelligence gathering. The Byzantine Empire, recognizing the existential threat these losses represented, gathered a massive force to expel the Muslim invaders once and for all, leading to the climactic Battle of Yarmouk described earlier. Khalid's victory there ranks among history's most consequential battles, permanently altering the political and religious landscape of the Middle East. Yet, at the moment of his greatest triumph, Khalid experienced perhaps his most bitter personal setback. The second caliph, Umar ibn al-Khattab, who had succeeded Abu Bakr, removed Khalid from supreme command. While the precise reasons remain debated by historians, they likely included concerns about Khalid's independent decision-making, fear that victories were being attributed to the general rather than to Allah, and personal tensions between the two strong-willed leaders. Remarkably, Khalid accepted this demotion without protest, continuing to serve effectively under his replacement, Abu Ubaidah. When asked why he accepted such treatment, Khalid reportedly replied, "I did not fight for Umar, but for Allah and his messenger." This subordination of personal pride to religious commitment demonstrated Khalid's evolution from pre-Islamic tribal warrior to servant of the Islamic State, though he never lost the aggressive tactical approach. that defined his military career. At the Battle of Hazir, serving under Abu Ubaidah, he personally led a cavalry charge that routed Byzantine forces, demonstrating that his battlefield prowess remained undiminished despite his reduced rank. As Muslim conquests continued through Syria and into Egypt, Khalid remained an important military figure, though never again holding supreme command. His final major action came at the Battle of Kinasrin, where he defeated the last significant Byzantine force in northern Syria, effectively completing the region's conquest. In 642 CE, Caliph Umar dismissed Khalid entirely from military service and summoned him to Medina to account for his wealth, allegations of financial impropriety providing the official justification. While eventually cleared of wrongdoing, Khalid never returned to command, dying in 642 CE in either Medina or Homs, reportedly in relative poverty after his wealth was redistributed. "I have fought in so many battles," Khalid is said to have lamented on his deathbed, seeking martyrdom, "that there is no spot on my body that has not been struck by a sword, an arrow, or a lance. Yet here I am, dying on my bed, like an old camel. May the eyes of the cowards never rest." From a military perspective, Khalid ibn al-Walid represents one of history's most innovative battlefield commanders. Operating initially without formal military structures, professional troops, or established logistical systems, he created effective armies through a combination of tribal units, personal charisma, and tactical acumen. His most significant military innovations included the development of the Mobile Guard, a flexible reserve of elite-mounted troops that could rapidly reinforce threatened sectors or exploit enemy weaknesses, the tactical integration of infantry and cavalry in desert warfare, and sophisticated systems of intelligence gathering through local allies and scouts. Unlike many commanders who excelled in a single type of operation, Khalid demonstrated mastery across the full spectrum of warfare: offensive campaigns, defensive battles, sieges, desert marches, urban combat, and counterinsurgency operations against rebellious tribes. This versatility allowed him to adapt to dramatically different enemies and environments, from the tribal warriors of Arabia to the professional armies of Persia and Byzantium. Perhaps most remarkably, Khalid achieved his victories despite frequent numerical inferiority, sometimes facing odds of 4 or 5 to 1. He compensated for this disadvantage through superior mobility, exploitation of terrain, psychological warfare, and precise timing of attacks and withdrawals. Beyond his tactical brilliance, Khalid's strategic vision recognized the internal weaknesses of the seemingly invincible empires that bordered Arabia. Both the Byzantine and Sassanid Persian empires had exhausted themselves in decades of warfare against each other. Local populations, particularly religious minorities oppressed by state-sponsored orthodoxies, often viewed the Muslims as potential liberators. Khalid expertly exploited these fault lines, offering generous terms to cities that surrendered while making examples of those that resisted. Khalid's legacy extends far beyond his personal achievements. He laid the military foundations for what would become one of history's largest empires. The generations of Muslim commanders who followed him built upon his tactical system, organizational approaches, and strategic insights. The rapid expansion of Islam from a regional Arabian phenomenon to a dominant political and religious force across the Middle East, North Africa, and beyond arguably began with his campaigns. Modern military analysis has increasingly recognized Khalid's historical significance, with some military theorists ranking him among history's greatest commanders based on his undefeated record against vastly superior forces. His campaigns are studied at military academies for their demonstrations of maneuver warfare, exploitation of terrain, and effective leadership. Within Islamic tradition, Khalid occupies a complex position. While revered for his military contributions to Islam's early survival and expansion, his pre-Islamic opposition to Muhammad and the controversial aspects of some campaigns have prevented his elevation to the highest tier of venerated early Muslims. Nevertheless, his title Sword of Allah remains one of the most recognized honorifics in Islamic history. Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of Khalid's career is his successful transition from tribal warrior to imperial general, from leading small raiding parties in desert skirmishes to commanding multi-ethnic armies in set-piece battles against the world's superpowers. Few military leaders in history have demonstrated such adaptability across radically different scales and types of warfare. In the final analysis, Khalid ibn al-Walid stands as the military architect of Islam's initial expansion beyond Arabia, the commander whose unbroken string of victories against overwhelming odds transformed a regional religious movement into an imperial power that would reshape world history. Chapter 11. Horatio Nelson. Master of Naval Strategy. The morning of October 21st, 1805, dawned with light winds off Cape Trafalgar on Spain's Atlantic coast. As the opposing fleets came into view of each other, Vice Admiral Lord Horatio Nelson stood on the quarterdeck of HMS Victory, his flagship, preparing to engage a combined French and Spanish fleet in what would become history's most famous naval battle. Despite being outnumbered, 27 British ships against 33 French and Spanish vessels, Nelson displayed neither doubt nor hesitation. England expects that every man will do his duty. He signalled to his fleet, a message that would become immortalised in British history. Rather than forming the traditional line of battle parallel to the enemy, Nelson ordered his fleet into two columns that would cut perpendicularly through the Franco-Spanish line, a radical departure from naval orthodoxy that would allow him to concentrate overwhelming firepower against portions of the enemy fleet, while isolating others from the action. As Victory broke through the enemy line, it came under withering fire, sustaining heavy damage to its rigging and casualties among its crew. Nelson, conspicuous in his admiral's uniform with decorations that made him an obvious target for enemy marksmen, paced the quarterdeck calmly directing the battle. At approximately 1:15 p.m, a musket ball fired from the fighting tops of the French ship Redoutable struck him in the shoulder, passed through his lung, and lodged in his spine. Carried below to the ship's surgeon, Nelson knew immediately that his wound was mortal. Yet even while dying, he continued to inquire about the battle's progress, expressing satisfaction as ship after enemy ship struck its colours in surrender. His last words, according to those present, included, "Thank God I have done my duty," and instructions to look after his companion Lady Hamilton. By the time he died at 4:30 p.m, the British victory was complete, 17 enemy ships captured, 1 destroyed, and naval supremacy secured for Britain that would last over a century. Nelson's death at his moment of greatest triumph created an enduring legend, but his tactical brilliance at Trafalgar represented the culmination of a revolutionary naval career rather than an isolated stroke of genius. Throughout his service, Nelson consistently demonstrated a willingness to challenge orthodoxy, take calculated risks, and inspire extraordinary devotion among those who served under him. Born in 1758 in Norfolk, England, to a clergyman of modest means, Nelson entered the Royal Navy at age 12 as a midshipman through his uncle's influence, a common pathway for middle-class boys seeking advancement in Georgian Britain. His early career provided both extensive practical seamanship experience and exposure to combat during the American Revolution, though no particular incidents marked him for future greatness. It was during the wars of the French Revolution, beginning in 1793, that Nelson's exceptional qualities as a naval commander became evident. Promoted to captain at age 21 and to rear admiral by 38, he combined technical mastery of his profession with an aggressive fighting spirit that set him apart from many more cautious contemporaries. "First gain the victory, and then make the best use of it you can," Nelson wrote, articulating a philosophy that prioritized decisive engagement over mere maneuver. This approach represented a significant departure from the prevailing fighting instructions, rigid tactical guidelines that had dominated British naval doctrine since the previous century. At the Battle of Cape St. Vincent in 1797, Nelson demonstrated this aggressive approach when he broke from the line without orders to prevent Spanish ships from escaping. His unauthorized maneuver helped secure a critical British victory against a numerically superior force and established his reputation for daring initiative. The following year, at the Battle of the Nile, Nelson revealed his strategic genius by attacking the French fleet at anchor in Abukir Bay. Conventional wisdom held that attacking ships at anchor from seaward was too dangerous due to the enemy's ability to concentrate firepower. Nelson, having meticulously studied the position, realized he could sail ships between the anchored French vessels and the shore, allowing his captains to fire from both sides, while the French could only use one broadside. The resulting victory destroyed 13 of 17 French ships without a single British vessel lost, stranding Napoleon's army in Egypt and definitively shifting the Mediterranean balance of power. What made Nelson exceptional was not merely his tactical innovations, but his comprehensive approach to naval command. He developed what he called his band of brothers, a group of captains thoroughly schooled in his intentions and trusted to use initiative within his overall plan. Before engagements, he held detailed conferences explaining his objectives while encouraging input from subordinates, creating both clarity of purpose and flexibility in execution. No captain can do very wrong if he places his ship alongside that of an enemy. Nelson instructed before Trafalgar, providing simple guidance that allowed for adaptation to rapidly changing battle conditions. This leadership approach represented a revolution in naval command, where previous admirals maintained tight control through elaborate signal systems, which often failed amid the smoke and confusion of battle. Nelson empowered his subordinates to act independently, while maintaining unity of purpose. This combination of clear intent and decentralized execution became a cornerstone of modern military doctrine, far beyond naval applications. Nelson's innovation extended to his understanding of the psychological dimension of warfare. He recognized that destroying enemy morale often proved more decisive than physical damage to ships. Strategy of concentrating force against a portion of the enemy fleet, aimed not merely at numerical advantage, but at creating a psychological collapse among remaining enemy vessels, witnessing the defeat of their comrades. The boldest measures are the safest, he declared, understanding that audacity often paralyzed enemy decision-making while energizing his own forces. Nelson's personal courage reinforced this psychological advantage. Despite losing his right arm at the Battle of Santa Cruz de Tenerife in 1797, and his right eye during operations in Corsica in 1794, he continued to lead from the front, conspicuously visible on the quarterdeck during battles when most admirals might have sought safer positions. This visibility came at obvious personal risk, as his death at Trafalgar demonstrated, but it cemented the devotion of sailors who saw their admiral sharing the same dangers they faced. Beyond tactical brilliance and inspirational leadership, Nelson demonstrated remarkable strategic vision. He understood that Britain's security depended on preventing any single power from dominating continental Europe, a strategic principle that would guide British foreign policy for centuries. His victories against French and Allied fleets directly supported this grand strategy by maintaining Britain's ability to project power, sustain coalitions through subsidies and support, and prevent Napoleonic France from concentrating resources against any single opponent. The naval supremacy secured at Trafalgar had implications far beyond the immediate military situation. It ensured Britain's control of global trade routes, accelerating its economic development during the Industrial Revolution. It enabled the gradual expansion of British colonial possessions, laying groundwork for the Victorian Empire, and it provided security that allowed British political institutions to evolve without the existential threats facing continental nations, contributing to the stable parliamentary system that would become a model for democratic development worldwide. Nelson's death at 47 cut short a career that might have contributed even more to naval development, yet his influence persisted through the officers he had trained and inspired. The Nelson touch, his personalized approach to leadership and combat, became institutionalized in Royal Navy culture, influencing generations of officers and establishing traditions of aggressive action and calculated risk-taking that would characterize British naval operations well into the 20th century. Unlike many military leaders whose methods became obsolete as technology evolved, Nelson's principles demonstrated remarkable longevity. His emphasis on concentration of force, clarity of intent, subordinate initiative, and psychological factors remained relevant despite the transition from sail to steam, wood to steel, and cannon to missiles. Modern naval doctrine still reflects core elements of his approach, particularly in the balance between central direction and tactical flexibility. Nelson's complex personal life has often been overshadowed by his professional achievements. His passionate affair with Emma Hamilton, the wife of the British ambassador to Naples, scandalized British society while creating one of history's famous romantic partnerships. This relationship produced a daughter, Horatio, and continued until his death, despite Nelson remaining legally married to his estranged wife Frances. This willingness to defy convention in his personal life mirrored his professional approach, a characteristic that could be viewed either as admirable independence or troubling self-indulgence. Nelson's personality contained similar contradictions: extreme modesty about his humble origins, alongside theatrical vanity about his accomplishments, genuine concern for common sailors alongside ruthless ambition for advancement and recognition. Yet these human complexities have only enhanced Nelson's appeal across generations. Unlike commanders who appear as distant, perfect figures, Nelson's combination of professional genius and personal flaws has made him accessible, a brilliant but recognizably human hero whose weaknesses make his achievements more rather than less impressive. When Nelson fell at Trafalgar, Britain lost its greatest naval commander at the moment of his supreme achievement, yet the legacy he left, naval supremacy that would last more than a century, tactical and leadership principles that would influence military thought worldwide, and an example of calculated daring that would inspire generations of officers, ensured that in Admiral Collingwood's words after the battle, his name will be immortal, and his memory ever dear to his country. Chapter 12. Zhuge Liang, the Sleeping Dragon Strategist. Mist shrouded the mountains of western China as a small procession of carts and soldiers made its way along treacherous paths. At the head of this modest column rode a man of slender build wearing the plain cap of a Confucian scholar rather than the ornate armor of a warrior. Yet this unassuming figure, Zhuge Liang, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Shu, commanded a respect bordering on reverence from enemies and allies alike. For this was the man known throughout China as the Sleeping Dragon, whose strategic genius had enabled the survival of a small kingdom against vastly more powerful rivals. It was 228 CE, and Zhuge Liang was undertaking the first of his northern expeditions, campaigns aimed at conquering the Kingdom of Wei and fulfilling his oath to restore the Han dynasty. Though outnumbered and facing an opponent led by the capable general Cao Zhen, Zhuge Liang moved with characteristic methodical precision, his army advancing like the mechanism of a complex clock he himself might have designed. The wise general establishes his victory before the battle is fought, he had written in his military treatises. Now he was putting theory into practice, having spent years preparing supply lines, training troops, and developing the agricultural base needed to sustain prolonged campaigns. Each movement of his forces had been calculated to maximize advantage and minimize risk, each contingency planned for with alternatives ready to implement. Yet even the greatest strategist cannot control all variables. When unexpected autumn rains made roads impassable, threatening to strand his army in enemy territory with dwindling supplies, Zhuge Liang ordered a withdrawal. Though the expedition had failed to achieve its ultimate objective of conquering Wei, it had been conducted without significant losses, a testament to the Prime Minister's ability to adapt to changing circumstances while preserving his forces for future opportunities. Born around 181 CE in what is now Shandong Province, Zhuge Liang grew up during the turbulent final years of the Han Dynasty, when central authority had collapsed and warlords fought for control of China's fractured territories. Orphaned at a young age, he was raised by his uncle and developed a reputation for keen intelligence and scholarly diligence. While still young, he retreated to a remote area called Longzhong, where he lived as a farmer and scholar, studying the classics of Chinese philosophy and military strategy, while observing the growing chaos of the era. It was in this seclusion in 207 CE that an encounter often described as one of history's most significant talent recruitments took place. Liu Bei, a distant relative of the Han imperial family who sought to restore the dynasty, visited Zhuge Liang's humble cottage. According to the romanticized account in the classic novel, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Liu Bei visited 3 times before Zhuge Liang agreed to receive him, an episode known as 3 Visits to the thatched cottage that has become a cultural metaphor for the persistent pursuit of worthy talent. Whether the repeated visits actually occurred is debated by historians, but what followed is well documented. Zhuge Liang presented Liu Bei with a comprehensive strategic analysis known as the Longzhong Plan, outlining how Liu could establish a kingdom in the southwestern region of Shu, modern Sichuan province, using its mountainous terrain for defense while gradually building strength to challenge stronger rivals. This plan demonstrated Zhuge Liang's extraordinary strategic vision, his ability to analyze complex geopolitical situations, identify achievable objectives, and develop multi-staged approaches to reach distant goals. Liu Bei, recognizing Zhuge Liang's exceptional abilities, appointed him as his chief advisor, beginning a partnership that would endure until Liu's death. The next decade saw the implementation of the Longzhong Plan, with Liu Bei establishing control over Shu through a combination of military campaigns and political alliances, all guided by Zhuge Liang's counsel. During this period, China crystallized into 3 competing states: Wei in the north, under Cao Cao, and later his son Cao Pi, Wei in the southeast under Sun Quan, and Shu in the southwest under Liu Bei, the configuration known to history as the Three Kingdoms period. While Zhuge Liang's military accomplishments include several notable victories, his greatest contribution to the art of warfare lies not in battlefield tactics, but in his comprehensive approach to strategy, which integrated military operations with political, economic, and diplomatic considerations. He understood that military power derived from economic foundations, diplomatic relationships, and internal governance, a holistic perspective that distinguished him from pure battlefield commanders. "The skillful general does not gain extraordinary victories," he wrote. "What is extraordinary is to conquer the enemy without bloodshed." This philosophy manifested in his preference for achieving objectives through deception, psychological operations, and strategic positioning rather than direct confrontation when facing superior forces. Perhaps the most famous example of this approach occurred at the Battle of Red Cliffs in 208 CE, where Zhuge Liang, representing Liu Bei, formed an alliance with Sun Quan's forces to defeat Cao Cao's numerically superior army. Rather than engaging Cao Cao's massive force directly, the Allies used fireships to destroy his fleet, exploiting his unfamiliarity with naval warfare and the vulnerability of his northern troops to southern diseases. This victory prevented Cao Cao from conquering the southern regions and preserved the tripartite division of China that would last for decades. Zhuge Liang's reputation for almost supernatural strategic insight, amplified by later literary treatments, derives partly from episodes like the empty fort strategy he allegedly employed when facing superior Wei forces with only a token defensive garrison. According to accounts, he ordered the city gates opened and positioned himself visibly on the walls, calmly playing his guqin, a stringed instrument. The Wei commander, suspecting an ambush given Zhuge Liang's known craftiness, withdrew rather than attack, a psychological operation that succeeded because of his carefully cultivated reputation for strategic mastery. Following Liu Bei's death in 223 CE, Zhuge Liang became regent and prime minister to his young son Liu Shan. In this role, he faced the dual challenges of defending Shu against external threats while governing effectively internally. His approach to governance reflected the same methodical thoroughness that characterized his military strategies, implementing agricultural reforms, establishing meritocratic systems for selecting officials, codifying laws, and developing infrastructure. Recognizing that Shu's survival depended on maintaining its alliance with Wu against the more powerful Wei, Zhuge Liang cultivated diplomatic relations through regular correspondence with his Wu counterpart, Lu Xun. This alliance of necessity, though sometimes strained, prevented Wei from concentrating its superior forces against either southern kingdom individually. The northern expeditions that occupied the final years of Zhuge Liang's life, 228-234 CE, represent both his strategic vision and the practical limitations he faced. His objective, conquering Wei to restore the Han dynasty, required overcoming enormous disparities in population and resources. Shu simply lacked the manpower and economic base to achieve this goal through direct confrontation, forcing Zhuge Liang to seek alternative approaches. His strategy for these campaigns emphasized careful preparation, logistical innovation, and the selection of objectives that maximized political impact while minimizing military risk. He developed improved transportation systems, including the famous wooden ox and flowing horse, mechanical devices designed to carry supplies efficiently through difficult terrain. He established agricultural colonies along the northern frontier to support military operations, and he implemented administrative reforms that increased tax efficiency without overburdening the population. Despite these preparations, the northern expeditions achieved limited military success. In 5 separate campaigns, Zhuge Liang advanced into Wei territory, engaged in complex maneuvers against Wei defenders often led by the capable strategist Sima Yi, but ultimately withdrew without securing decisive victories. Critics have cited these campaigns as evidence of limitations in Zhuge Liang's military leadership, particularly in comparison to his political and administrative accomplishments. Yet a deeper analysis suggests that Zhuge Liang was attempting to overcome fundamentally unfavorable strategic circumstances through a combination of incremental gains, diplomatic pressure, and internal subversion within Wei. Given Shu's limited resources, this approach, though unsuccessful ultimately, may have represented the only feasible path to achieving his sworn objective of restoring the Han dynasty. During his final campaign in 234 CE, Zhuge Liang fell ill while directing operations against Wei forces. Recognizing that his death was imminent, he gave detailed instructions for an orderly withdrawal to preserve the army he had so carefully built. He died at the camp of Wuzhang Plains at age 53, having served his king and kingdom with unswerving loyalty for 26 years. Zhuge Liang's death marked the beginning of Shu's gradual decline. Though he had trained successors like Jiang Wan and Fei Yi, none possessed his combination of strategic vision, administrative skill, and moral authority. Within 30 years, Shu would be conquered by Wei by then, under the control of the Sima family, who had established the Jin dynasty, bringing the Three Kingdoms period to a close. The historical Zhuge Liang's accomplishments are impressive enough, but his cultural impact has been amplified enormously by literary treatments, particularly in the 14th century novel Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which transformed him into a semi-mythical figure of almost supernatural wisdom. The novel attributes to him inventions ranging from a primitive landmine, the wooden ox, to the Kongming lantern, a small hot air balloon, and depicts him performing magical rituals to control weather, elements that have little historical basis, but reflect the awe in which later generations held him. From a military perspective, Zhuge Liang's most significant contribution was his integration of traditional Chinese strategic thought, particularly from Sun Tzu's Art of War, with practical administrative and logistical innovations. He understood that strategy extended beyond battlefield tactics to encompass economic development, diplomatic relations, and internal governance, a holistic perspective that anticipated much later Western concepts of grand strategy. Unlike commanders who excelled primarily through aggressive action or tactical brilliance, Zhuge Liang emphasized thorough preparation, careful analysis, and the creation of favorable circumstances before commitment to battle. The wise general makes a point of foraging on the enemy, he wrote, articulating a principle of sustainability that recognized logistical realities as often more decisive than combat prowess. His legacy in Chinese culture transcends his military and political accomplishments. Zhuge Liang became the archetypal loyal minister, whose dedication to his lord and state represents the Confucian ideal of proper relationship between ruler and subject. His famous memorial on sending out the army, written before his final campaign, expresses this ethos: "I shall do my utmost to serve the state until death." In modern China, Zhuge Liang remains a cultural touchstone, a symbol of Chinese strategic thought and administrative excellence. Military academies study his campaigns, political scientists examine his governance principles, and popular culture continues to depict him as the embodiment of wisdom and foresight. His birthplace in Shandong and his temple in Chengdu attract thousands of visitors annually, testament to his enduring relevance in Chinese cultural memory. For military historians, Zhuge Liang represents a different model of greatness than many commanders featured in this volume. Rather than primarily excelling in battlefield leadership or tactical innovation, his genius lay in comprehensive strategic thinking that integrated all elements of state power toward coherent objectives. Operating from a position of relative weakness, he crafted approaches that maximized limited resources and minimized unnecessary risks, a model perhaps more relevant to modern complexity than the aggressive direct action of more celebrated conquerors. In this sense, Zhuge Liang perhaps most closely resembles the ideal expressed in Sun Tzu's famous dictum, "To win without fighting is the acme of skill." Though his ultimate objective of restoring the Han dynasty remained unfulfilled, his ability to preserve a vulnerable state against vastly more powerful opponents for decades represents a strategic achievement of the highest order, demonstrating that wisdom and foresight can sometimes compensate for disparities in raw military power.